Good evening. We'll call the meeting to order. Do we have a closed session report, Mr. City Attorney?
There's nothing to report.
Okay. Mr. Chen, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Litzter.
Here.
Councilmember Luevanos. Councilmember Judge.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Kavanaugh.
Here.
Mayor Mashburn.
Here. Are there any items for agenda review? Anybody have any?
Mr. Mayor, we do have a supplemental on the public hearing 4B, some clarification information and some correspondence that was received subsequent to the preparation of this report.
Okay.
Mayor, I move that all resolutions and ordinances presented tonight be read in title only and all further reading be waived.
Second.
Okay, call for the vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
If any member of the city council may have a conflict of interest or any reason why that member must abstain from consideration of any matter on this agenda, he or she should so declare at this time. Seeing none? Okay.
Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, the first item on the agenda is item 1D1, a proclamation declaring the week of October 23rd through 30th, 2021 as California Flood Preparedness Week. And Ron Fuchiwaki is here for this presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Bashburn and council members. Tonight's proclamation reads as follows. Whereas the city of Simi Valley recognizes the significant public safety threat that flooding poses to the population, assets, and economy of our city, and whereas as a result, portions of the city of Simi Valley are at risk of flooding and are exposed to over $1 billion in potential damage to buildings, infrastructure, and loss of productivity. And whereas the city of Simi Valley participates in the National Flood Insurance Program administered by the Federal Emergency Management Agency, or FEMA, to provide flood insurance for property owners and residents of the city. And whereas the city of Simi Valley also participates in the community rating system, documenting that city's floodplain management activities exceed minimum FEMA requirements, reducing flood insurance premiums by 25% for residents and businesses. And whereas California Flood Preparedness Week will be held statewide during the week of October 23 through 30th, 2021. And whereas during California Flood Preparedness Week, local, state, and federal agencies across the state work together to inform the public about the dangers of flooding, how to prepare their homes and families for a flood, and how to plan for recovery. Now for the week of October 23 through 30, 2021, is here proclaimed Flood Preparedness Week in the city of Simi Valley to promote awareness and increase knowledge of flood risk, flood protection methods, and how to prepare for a flood emergency. Presented this 25th day of October 2021.
I have a question for you.
Yes, I planned the rain for today.
That was exactly my question. Is that it for emphasis on?
I did a little rain dance last night and figured,
I thought I heard you dancing. You had your tap shoes on.
Yeah, coincide the proclamation with a little rain.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, the next item on the agenda is item 1D2, certificates of appreciation to outgoing Neighborhood Council Executive Board members, and Emily Habib is here for this presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and members of the City Council.
This evening, we are recognizing 14 outgoing members of the Neighborhood Council Executive Boards. Executive Board members act as a conduit between residents and city government on matters that affect their community. During their tenure, these Executive Board members diligently reviewed, evaluated, and made recommendations to the Planning Commission and City Council on many complex development projects. Following are the names of the outgoing Neighborhood Council Executive Board members who, due to COVID-19 restrictions, are unable to be with us tonight. Neighborhood Council 1, Ken Dickerson, Peggy Hanessian, Carol Thomayer, and Roberta Woods. Neighborhood Council 2, Richard Moore and John Weber. Neighborhood Council 3, Jeff Pollock. Neighborhood Council 4, Sophia Bagdasarian, Sherry Bowles-Gibbons, Joseph Gokin, Gary King, Rick Norris, Jayesh Patel, and Leah Williams. Please join me in congratulating these outgoing Neighborhood Council Executive Board members on a job well done.
Thank you, and as always, we wish they could be here so we can hand them out the certificates in person. But I trust that they're watching tonight and understand that this council appreciates all the work that the neighborhood councils do. So with that, congratulations and thank you.
Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 1D3, an honorary resolution for the Rancho Simi Recreation and Park District in celebration of their 60th anniversary. And Samantha Argabright is here for this presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and City Council members. This evening, the city is recognizing the Rancho Simi Recreation and Park District on its 60th anniversary. Board Chair Brian Dennert, Board Vice Chair Kate O'Brien, Board members Elaine Freeman and Ed Abela, and District Manager Dan Perenick are here to accept the resolution via Zoom. I will now read the resolution. Whereas, as the population of what is now Simi Valley continued to grow in the late 1950s, visionary community members were concerned that not enough land would be set aside for parks and playgrounds. And whereas members of the Simi Valley Athletic Association led the formation of an independent park and recreation district, along with other active community members, in December 1959, a meeting of the Citizens Educational Advisory Council was held, which resulted in the recommendation for a Recreation Council. And whereas the formation of the Simi Valley Recreation and Park District was successfully voted on by the people in October 1961, with 14 candidates applying to fill the 5 vacancies to serve as the district's first board of directors. And whereas in 1963, the first parcel of land, known today as Burrowwood Park, was donated to the Park District by Larwin Corporation. Today, Rancho Simi Recreation and Park District is home to 50 parks, 39 in Simi Valley and 11 in Oak Park. Now therefore be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Simi Valley that it hereby commends Rancho Simi Recreation and Park District in the celebration of its 60th anniversary and all of the memorable experiences created in its parks and on its trails during that time. Presented this 25th day of October, 2021.
Thank you. 3 of us were able to attend the ceremony on Sunday, and the Park District put a great anniversary party together, and thank you to Brian Dennert for his MC ability, and Council Member Lou Evanos, myself, and Mayor Pro Tem Kavanaugh all attended and got a piece of the cake and did a little celebration. Now, one thing that I thought was very interesting is, all indications are from what I've read and talked to the Park District people, is the Park District was actually formed before there was a park. And that shows the vision that those folks had, the original folks that brought the district together. So, very good, thank you. Cap, huh? Oh, okay. Wait a minute, we have a comment by Elaine Litzner.
Actually, I want to apologize for missing. I was across the country, so I missed your wonderful event. But I wanted to commend and thank our park commissioners and for all that you do, park supervisors, really. In fact, it was shared with me that, and maybe I shouldn't say this, but in cities where the park areas are part of the city, often that's the area that maybe gets cut, or I shouldn't say that, but maybe isn't given as much attention. It is one, there's a separate park district that things can really thrive. And I will tell you, it is such a joy that we have such a beautiful park system here in Simi Valley. I think all the residents speak to that. And I know that when I first moved here, that was the joy of my children, was to draw numbers out of the hat so that we to pick out a park number, and that's where we would go spend our time for the day. And it just is a delight that we have such a beautiful, beautiful system of parks here in Simi Valley. So thank you for all you do to keep it going, and your stewardship is marvelous. So just congratulations.
Okay.
I just want to clarify real quickly that the park district and the city are two separate legal entities.
Yeah, yes, the Park District and the city are two different entities. And we sometimes,
And I hope and that was my, hopefully my point, is that because they are, maybe they thrive more. If I wasn't clear in what I was saying, that was my point, is that because of that legal separation, maybe more time and attention is placed on what you're doing. And so, yes, we're grateful.
okay, at this time, we will hear from Dee Dee Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to make a quick comment. As Councilmember Litster was saying, Rancho Simi Recreation and Park District is a special district, and there are only 3 in our area, ourselves, Conejo, and Camarillo's Pleasant Valley. So we have a very unique situation here, and having served many years with Elaine and Kate on the board, and then having Ed and Brian come on board, and along with Dan, you guys have done a fantastic job. And the thing that first drew me to the park board was our beautiful parks and how much nicer they are. I used to travel into other park areas, and we always got there and said, our parks are so much better. So that was the main reason I actually ran for Park District originally. So I know how hard you guys work. I know how much involvement each of you gives, and I just want to personally say thank you and happy 60th.
And Mike Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to say congratulations on your 60th anniversary. I, too, was unable to attend on Sunday or Saturday. I apologize for that. And I've always been very proud of our parks. Being resident of Simi Valley my entire life, you guys do a great job in maintaining our parks, making them beautiful, making them places people want to go to. We're constantly on the council getting comments from people on the parks because some people don't know that we're separate entities. And I'm always happy to take credit for your parks.
I agree. Councilmember Luevanos.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to wish you a happy anniversary. As a scouting mom, Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts, I just want to tell you, it is such a draw. We love to brag on our parks, all of our parks from Corriganville. I have many memories over the past 20 years living here and raising my children, from, oh my gosh, camporees to scavenger hunts to Little League baseball games to all the things that my kids have done, 4th of July events, all the events that you do, not just at the parks, but the activities that you have for our seniors, for our youth, for our teenagers, for our parents. I just want to thank you for all that you do. It really is, even when we were really, really broke, we could always find at least one class that we could afford to take the kids to, whether it was the $30 cooking class, something that, and then the after-school daycare and the summer programs that you offer. I can't imagine as a working mother what I would have done and what many parents in our community would do if it wasn't for the programs that you offer before school and after school and for our families to help us raise them. So I want to thank you for all the programs that you put on, not just for our wonderful parks and our trails, but all the programs that you put on to help working families like mine. So thank you.
Okay, now it's the park board's turn. Do we want to start with Brian Dennert?
Sure.
You were the
Mayor
MC, so we'll just keep that ball rolling.
Mayor Keith Mashburn, you instruct me to call you Keith, so I'll go with it. I'm going to tell you that we're thankful for our partnership with the city because none of us can do this alone. I know that economic development is primarily the city. Schools draw people, our good schools draw people to want to have businesses and live in Simi Valley. And the amenities that parks offer, that's a big part of that too. So we have a couple upcoming projects that we'll mention and discuss in greater detail at another night, but that includes the activity center at our main office, and it's going to be offering a lot of programs for all ages. If you haven't seen the plans yet, another night I'll show those to you. And then Rancho Santa Susana Community Park, which I'm pretty sure a lot of us call Estern Park. some revisions and reworking it so it could be more inclusive and have more fields and soccer space and for other athletic programs. We'll be coming to you another night, but tonight we want to thank you for your partnership. And I've seen all of you out in our parks recently, so we know that you get out there. Our staff stays busy. This weekend they had Dia de los Muertos and the 60th anniversary on one weekend. So we might get the recognition of the certificate, but we'll know that our staff members are the people that keep us going day to day. We have a couple other board members with us, and I'm just gonna make sure that we can hear them all. But Ed, I see your hand is up. And I'm also going to say, Elaine, I know that if there's any part of the history you want to share, or Kate, make sure you speak up. But that's it for me. But thank you for recognizing us, and thank you for a good partnership on shared community goals.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to echo what Brian said. I also want to thank the city for being easy to work with. We've had a long, healthy, positive relationship with you guys, and I foresee many more years of that. And that's it.
Thank you. Elaine?
I see Ed and Elaine. We're going to call it.
Yes, I want to thank the city and actually grateful that we have such a great working relationship. And we're all trying to provide the best services we can to all of the same people of our community. And so I really appreciate that we have come this far in 60 years. I mean, it really was visionary of those folks back there in the late 50s with only maybe 8,000 people in the community, to see the need to establish a park district. So I think we're very fortunate for those people that established the district way back then. Thank you.
Elaine, when I saw the notes the other day about how few people lived in our community when the park district was formed, I didn't even say the number because I couldn't believe it. I thought maybe I was misreading it, but those visionaries, we appreciate the work they've done.
Yeah, 8,100, I think. And out of that, how many of those were voters? I mean, they were probably 50%, I guess, you know, that included children and the whole community. So it was pretty visionary, actually.
Ed, it looked like you were trying to unmute. Is it working? I don't know if it's a city staff member. If you can unmute Ed, it might be. There he goes. I see him talking, but I don't hear him. Well, I'm going to guess what Ed would say, and he'd say it much smoother than I did and much more prepared. I'm going to guess he has notes there, but he appreciates that our partnership for providing recreation for all ages and the public safety partnership that we also offer. That's just a guess, though. Ed, let's check your mic one more time. Well, again, we appreciate your time. I sent trail guides over to the city. If anybody else wants one, send me a message and I'll deliver it to you personally.
Okay, how about Dan? Dan, come back.
Thank you. Yep.
Well, that's it for us. Thank you. Thanks for bringing us in.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate this very much.
Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 2, public statements on appointments, special presentations, and informational reports. All comments submitted by email have been provided to the City Council. However, they will not be read by the City Clerk this evening. All persons who are signed onto Zoom to speak for this public statements item 2 will be called on to speak for a period of no more than 3 minutes each. Persons addressing the City Council are requested to state their name and community of residence for the record. And I believe we do have some Zoom speakers.
Good evening. We are now taking public statements for item 2, public statements on appointments, special presentations, and informational reports. If you wish to provide a public statement on item 2, please raise your hand using the Zoom controls on the app, or if dialing in, press *9. Once I call your name, please unmute yourself through the Zoom controls or by pressing *6. And the first person we have tonight is Mr. Tom Miner. Go ahead, please.
Yes, hi. I'll just mute it for a second. Well, I wanted to talk about, first of all, the Acorn article, updated housing plan moves ahead, was factually incorrect when they said targeted areas don't include single-family residential neighborhoods or open spaces. My house is one of these houses that is affected, and so is people on Stearns and people on Apricot Streets, and I don't even know about the other areas. And I find it kind of insulting that you people cavalierly refer to
Mr.
these
Meyer,
areas as those four
let me interrupt you.
parcels
Mr. Meyer?
and the place.
Yeah,
Yes?
I think you want to speak under 4B.
Yeah, that's what I thought, but you just said
Yeah, so if you want to just,
said start at 6:30. So
yeah, that's when the general meeting starts. I'm sorry.
okay. Well, I'm surprised they called so early then.
No, that's okay. Hey, you
Okay, I
could,
was a little taken aback there when you said item 2, and then you said I'm up already. So
okay, well, enjoy the
Okay.
other
I'll just
speakers
have
and
to
the
wait
rest of the,
until that comes up.
okay,
Okay. All right. Sorry about that.
no problem.
Sandra Fernandez Achenbach.
I'm speaking on item 5.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Rocky Rhodes.
Hello, good evening. I am speaking on item 2. So, Mr. Mayor, City Council, City Manager, staff, my name is Rocky Rhodes, and I have been a resident of Simi Valley for 11 years, and I live in the Bridle Path neighborhood in District 4. I'm speaking today on the appointments being made to the Neighborhood Council. I'm extremely proud that Simi Valley is participating in, encouraging, and empowering neighborhood councils to increase the reach of every resident to be included in the government process and to have another venue to have our voices heard. The selection of members to the executive board is an important undertaking, and because it is not done by election, but rather by appointment from the council, it is possible that for whatever reason, the top talent might not be chosen to serve, or even worse, someone might slip through that would disrupt and weaken the neighborhood council as a whole. Most of you know that I'm running for City Council District 4 next year. Because of my candidacy, I was not allowed to serve on the Neighborhood Council Executive Board. I thought it would be a great place to serve and learn more about how our city operates, and unfortunately, I had to remove my name from consideration. Of course, I'll be participating fully in the meetings, just not as an executive board member. There were, as I understand it, 14 people to be interviewed for District 4, and I learned that one other person and myself withdrew our names, leaving 12 people to fill 5 slots. I also understand that preference was being given to those who have not served before. This brings me to my problem with one of the candidates, candidate 4 on the list for District 4. It is difficult to speak disparagingly of someone in the district I hope to be representing next year. However, this person is not one that works for the betterment of a healthy community. In fact, both online and in person, this person baits confrontation and finds some glee in the fallout. They throw verbal grenades and then back out of the fray. This person repeatedly confronts City Council during meetings and public comments to criticize and tear down parts of our city that make Simi a great place to live. From personal experience, I feel this person is so entrenched in the need to stir controversy that they will be nothing but disruptive and antagonistic when District 4 Neighborhood Council meets and tries to do their work. This person is likely to have very little to add to a conversation and relish in the attention of being disruptive. I beg you not to give this person a larger platform without a 3-minute timer where they can monopolize a meeting and take our attention away from the good work to be done. Of the 12 candidates, there must be one that will represent District 4 with a more level-headed approach. Please reject District 4, Candidate 4. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next member is Mike. I don't have a last name. Mike, please unmute yourself.
Yeah, how are you? My name is Mike Thuitt.
Can you hear me?
Did you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me? Okay. hi.
Yes, we can.
Yeah, I've been a resident for 25 years in Simi Valley. I would like to first thank the mayor and the city council for excellent direction in such a great city for many years. Also, want to thank the Parks Department for keeping this beautiful and open. Let's see. There's a huge concern regarding candidates not council and be local newspaper and in public display.
Stop it. Yep.
And without as well as
You're very
safety of
broken. We can't.
behavior and views are
Mike, if you can get to a better connection, we can call you your name in just a second here. We'll go through the other next comments and then call you in just a sec. Looks like we lost him from the meeting. I'll let you know if he logs back in. Next, we have 818 area code. Last digits of the phone number is 565.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Jennifer Jones. I am a resident of Simi Valley. I happen to live in District 4. I noticed on your neighborhood executive council, I'm going to say his name, John Lapper is up for appointment. I'm sorry, I have an issue with that, and I am opposing that. One, I don't want him representing me in that capacity to the city council. Two, he is extremely divisive. He has no contribution of positivity towards our city. Not only that, he has participated in protests at City Hall that have specifically targeted Councilmember Mike Judge. Not to mention, most recently, he posted a highly inflammatory picture of a minor in my school's group. After he was told that this minor was receiving threats, he retracted the original post, reposted, blacking out the kid's face, and even commented, "Oh, I know this kid's getting threats, but I'm still going to post this picture." Several people asked him to remove the post. He adamantly refused to do so. On top of all of that, Mayor Mashburn, I would like to remind you, when Leanna Brand was up for an appointment on the Cultural Arts Committee, you specifically had concerns and issues with her being appointed that due to her social media posts. I hope you remember those comments and your decision in regards to not having her appointed as a direct result of her social media posts. Another issue with Mr. John Lapper, when he has someone who proves him wrong or he disagrees with, he has a tendency to block them on Facebook. Okay, that's fine. But if you're not willing to listen to a different point of view, then why should you be sitting on my neighborhood council representing me? He is antagonistic, he is divisive, and I have no reason that I can think of for him to even sit on that. And I would also like to let the mayor and city council know, he sent me messages on Facebook on Friday threatening to sue me for slander if I said anything at tonight's city council meeting. Do I really want someone like that representing me to you guys? No, I don't. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stacy Vanderschaaf?
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and City Council members. My name is Stacy Vanderschaaf, and I am a Simi Valley resident. I reviewed the list of candidates tentatively selected by the council to serve on the Neighborhood Council Executive Board. I was glad to see many candidates of diverse background and viewpoints selected to the board. I think it's important to have a variety of people with different ideas about how to improve Simi Valley. However, there is one candidate who I found extremely troubling and I don't think has demonstrated appropriate behavior to serve on the executive board. I am requesting that the City Council vote against approving this list of candidates, specifically in regards to candidate number 4 from Neighborhood Council 4. This individual has repeatedly and continuously demonstrated divisive and harmful behavior on social media. I simply do not think that many of the citizens of Simi Valley who have found themselves engaged in heated arguments with this individual on social media could be expected to think of this person as someone who can be approached with differing ideas and viewpoints. I also do not think that this candidate has demonstrated an ability to have civil dialogue with other members of the board when disagreements arise. I think the City Council needs to send a very clear message to all Simi Valley residents that divisive, instigative, and disparaging behavior on social media will prevent appointments to any and all city-related positions, including the Neighborhood Council Executive Board. I ask that the City Council revisit all of the applicants to District 4 and choose someone else who is more capable of working peacefully and amicably with their neighbors, including those with opinions that differ from their own. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, that concludes all the members of the public that have raised their hands to provide statement on item 2.
Were we able to bring the individual that we lost back?
No, I do not see him.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, the next item on the agenda is item 3A1, appointment of Neighborhood Council Executive Board members to the 4 neighborhood councils, and Emily Abib is here for this presentation.
Mayor, respectfully, may I respond to the public comments?
Yeah, hold on a minute.
Thank you.
I was looking for this, just not on there for them, for the council to respond, but there's no reason they can't.
Yeah, it's not on the agenda, but I don't think the city attorney would have a problem with it.
Yeah, it would. Normally it would say council response, it's not there.
Yeah, we can.
Okay. Yes, thank you, sorry for the delay.
Thank you, Mayor. I will be very brief. I just want to remind all of our residents that, and I thank you for the comments, I'm sorry, I can't remember who said it, that we do look for diverse candidates. We don't look for candidates that necessarily agree with us on every single issue. We want people with diverse perspectives. We want people with diverse backgrounds. Not everyone is supposed to agree on everything. And so we also don't want to stifle people's freedom of speech. People are entitled to their opinions. They're entitled to express them on social media. And we wouldn't deny someone an opportunity simply because they don't agree with something that you personally believe. We do want diverse people on neighborhood councils, and it was very nice for me to be able to interview along with Mayor Mashburn, and we came to an understanding that we wanted diverse backgrounds and diverse experiences and diverse voices on neighborhood councils. I just want to remind everyone that diversity does not mean that everyone agrees with you. Freedom of speech does not mean everyone agrees with you, but it does mean that you are respecting everyone's opinions, regardless of whether or not they agree with you or not. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, move forward.
Okay, good evening, Mayor Mashburn and members of the City Council. Since 1970, the neighborhood councils have served as an important component in the city government structure. They promote citizen awareness and participation in local government. They advise the City Council and Planning Commission on development projects and citizen concerns. There are a total of 17 vacancies on the 4 neighborhood executive boards of the neighborhood councils. Tonight, 17 applicants are being nominated to serve terms commencing on November 1st, 2021, and expiring on October 31st, 2023. Following are the names of the incoming Neighborhood Council Executive Board members who, due to COVID-19 restrictions, are unable to be here tonight. Neighborhood Council 1, Jill Abala, Dalila Minter, Alberto Vasquez Zul, and Tom Williams. Neighborhood Council 2, Suzanne Aguilar, Carl Birch, Dimitri Ehrman, and John McHale. Neighborhood Council 3, Rebecca Albaran, Julie Bershin, Evelyn Gatewood, and Amin Magsudi. Neighborhood Council 4, Bobby Calderon, Nora Frost, Brian Kane, John Lapper, and Michael Murphy. It is recommended that the City Council approve and the mayor appoint 17 applicants nominated to serve on the executive boards of the 4 neighborhood councils for a term commencing on November 1st, 2021, and expiring on October 31st, 2023.
Thank you. Questions of staff? Councilmember Luébanos.
I don't have questions, but I'd like to make a motion, if I may, Mayor.
Think so? Yeah.
I move to approve and for the mayor to appoint 17 applicants nominated to serve on the executive board of the 4 neighborhood councils for a term commencing on November 1st, 2021, and expiring on October 31st, 2023.
Yeah, go ahead, Councilmember Judge.
I'd like to make a secondary motion that because of the controversy we've heard from citizens voicing an opinion, which is the first time, I think, in the history of this council where we've had that we vote on these individuals separately.
Point of order, Mayor. I'm still waiting for a second on my motion.
Okay, I feel that we did not give time for the discussion, didn't give time for the others to request any information from staff that they may have wanted on any subject regarding this. So at this time, is there any further discussion, any questions of staff?
Yes, Mayor, I have some questions.
You have a question?
Yes, Mayor, if I may.
So, I just want to explain, when I look over, can't see who's talking. So-
I'm sorry.
No, it's not your fault. It's just a matter of looking
I know.
all mask.
I've had to memorize my students' voices, so yeah, I understand how that goes. Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I just want to point out that, there are a number of people on these committees that, are critical of the city. And we have in the past appointed people to neighborhood councils that have been critical of myself, of other council members, of the mayor, of the city. I believe they do this in the interest of improving the city and recognizing that it's not perfect, and we do have improvements to make in the city. And that's a good thing. We want to improve. We want to get better. And we can't do that if we don't recognize our deficiencies. The same person that has been, pointed out specifically has also been to a number, dozens and dozens of city council meetings over the years, has engaged in a number of activities sponsored by the city and throughout the city, and has been an active member of the community. And as such, he is entitled to his opinion, and he's entitled to criticize. I don't discount anyone who comes here and disagrees with me personally, and I don't exclude them or exclude their voices because they disagree with me personally. As a matter of fact, I welcome people, even if they have differing opinions from myself, because that is representing everybody. And that's what we were elected to do, is to represent everyone. The fact that we have, people that have differing opinions from ourselves doesn't mean we exclude them. There are some people that we interviewed that I don't personally agree with their opinions, but I felt they should have an opportunity to serve because their opinion and their voice is valid, and everyone's voices is valid, and they should be heard, and they should have an opportunity to serve. This is not a permanent position. It's for a couple of years, and if we exclude everyone who disagrees with us, then how will we ever have diverse opinions on our neighborhood councils representing all the needs of all the residents? And so I think we should give Mr. Lapper the benefit of the doubt, especially considering that the mayor and I chose him together. We decided this is one of the people that we wanted to have be on neighborhood council. And I even expressed to the mayor, one of the candidates I know I don't agree with personally, but I wanted his voice to be heard. I wanted him to have the opportunity to serve on neighborhood council, despite the fact that we don't see eye to eye. And that's what this is about. That's what democracy is about, is giving everyone a voice, regardless of what their opinion is and whether or not you personally agree with them. That's what democracy is. And if we're going to deny someone the opportunity to serve, then we're simply going to discourage others from ever applying to these positions, because they will be worried that their personal opinions will differ from ours as elected officials, and that we're going to stifle their freedom of speech. And I would hate for people to be discouraged from engaging in our local democracy by making a decision as rash as this one and excluding someone that has a valid opinion and that has so actively been involved in our community.
Did you have a warrant, Mr. Judge? Okay. Okay, anybody else? Go- Okay.
Turn my mic on. One of the pieces of correspondence I got with concern about Mr. Lapper suggested that with recent social media posts that it was being, and this is really maybe a question for our attorney, that it was being investigated or looked at by the school board as far as a propriety, possibly doxing, et cetera, you know. And so I guess my question is something of that nature something that should be considered as we have this conversation, or is it possible to hold off on a candidate to next and say, let's revisit this at our next council meeting after maybe that investigation is played out? I don't know if there really is one. It was just it was an email that was sent to me. I wasn't in a position to investigate it further.
Well, I think it would be difficult at this point to make any decision without any evidence in support
Sure.
of such an allegation. So
Sure.
I wouldn't rely on what I would call hearsay.
Sure.
But there is a possibility that we'd have to check with Ms. Habib whether or not there would be a continuance or if it's possible to continue this particular matter for.
I think, and I'll put this as a form of a question, as the mayor, do I have the authority to set an individual aside until we do, based on the input that we have from those that we represent? I think it would be wise to set the individual aside and do the research, and like you said, not take just hearsay, and I guess email is a hearsay. And we'll set them aside and do our vetting and then come back with a decision.
I think that's legally permissible, and you can exercise due diligence and look into this further.
Respectfully, Mayor, if we're not going to hold our own colleagues on the dais accountable for social media posts, it would be awfully hypocritical for us to hold neighborhood council nominees accountable for social media posts.
I think if I'm going to go back to, it was mentioned by someone that I challenged the appointment of an individual, and that was based on a personal attack. And then when the research was done, it was far more than just me personally. I'm not on these accounts. I don't have any current knowledge of what's been going on the Facebook accounts. I've been off of it for quite some time. So I think in the interest of course, I think we all got emails and we've heard some testimony tonight. And in fairness to those folks that have concerns, and in fairness to us, the city, that would be appointing someone that was some controversy, I have no problem setting aside and researching and coming back with an educated decision.
Mayor, if I may.
Sure.
May I remind this council, including yourself, that this city council appointed someone who was extremely divisive to neighborhood council, and so divisive that they served me in council with a petition for recall and attacked me several times in council chambers and actively petitioned right outside of my office for my recall. And that person was appointed by this city council and criticized me multiple times on social media, and even encouraged people who I had to file a police report against for threats of violence. And that person was appointed to neighborhood councils. So again, I hope this is not about partisanship. I hope this is not about Mr. Lapper's religious background. I really hope that this is, and that's why I'd like to appoint everyone. If we're going to bring social media posts and criticism of the city, and that's going to be an excuse to exclude residents from participating in our local democracy, then I see no reason why anyone would ever want to participate in our local democracy and be part of our neighborhood councils. That's stifling their freedom of speech, and that's hypocritical. We are appointed and elected to have tough skin, and if people criticize us, people criticize us. I've received death threats, and I continue to do so. And yet, I welcome public opinion, even that differs from my own, because I'm elected to do so. And I am here to represent everyone, whether or not I agree with them or not. And that includes giving them the opportunity to serve and participate in our local democracy as members of the neighborhood council. I'm still looking for a second on my motion to approve all 17 applicants.
So, and I just want to say something, because I want to make sure that I concur, that you understand that it is clear that I believe we welcome diversity in conversation, and that we appoint a variety of people of different backgrounds, different religious backgrounds, different political backgrounds. That's what makes this community wonderful. I think the one concern, just so it's clear, and I don't know, that I received, was there was some concern about this person's taking actions that potentially were harmful to youth. And that, I don't even want to go there. I don't want to go there because it's not appropriate. So I guess what I'm saying is, in no way do I think, we welcome diversity, and I would love to have that, and if I find that that's not, I hope it would be exonerated and everything's wonderful and we get a point. But that's maybe why I am pausing, just to hear the discussion right now.
But this is not the first time that we've had deliberations from council members that don't want to appoint someone in neighborhood council because they've been criticized by that person. We have to set our personal feelings aside. We have to have tough skin. We have to be able to do what's best for this community. And what's best for this community is making sure that everyone's voice is heard. There is a process that we go through. There are questions that are asked. There is deliberation that is had. That is a due process that people who go through the interview process are afforded. And if at that point in time, after those decisions are made, we're going to let a few individuals with personal feelings and personal biases against individual candidates take precedent over the betterment of the community, making sure that everyone has an opportunity to be heard.
Councilmember Lovelace, you didn't hear me. What I'm saying is actually there's someone on this list who has criticized me several times, but I nominated this person, and we're voting, I'm going to vote yes for this person. It doesn't matter who it is. So it's not about them criticizing the council. It really is not about that at all, in my mind. And I'm still not saying we should not go forward on voting for the whole slate, but I want to be very clear that in my personal position, people absolutely have the right to criticize the council and criticize me. And that does not stop my wanting them to serve. Just want to be very clear.
What I heard from the public comments.
Can somebody else speak? I'd like to speak. I haven't had a chance.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, you have the floor.
Thank you. Okay.
Pro Tem.
I understand what everyone is saying. The reason we bring these names forward are for us to be able to express concerns. And we also did our interviews and felt that we nominated the correct people. I have somebody that I nominated that has personally accosted me and verbally, and I'm not holding that against them because they applied for it and that's what they're going to do. The interview was actually very good. So, but I'm hearing a lot of outside concern also about the one applicant. And if there is something there, I would like to possibly put that on just a little hold until we can investigate a little bit more, because I also received some concerns about that person. I don't want to say no directly. I just want to make sure that there isn't something wrong, or there isn't something there that would cause him to not be the right applicant. Does that make sense? So.
Okay.
What would that be exactly, if they've met the requirements?
It's not requirements. I'm saying we've had concerns from citizens in emails and on the phone. I think it's our duty to look into that at some point. So I think that is a good idea. That's the whole idea of bringing these forward to the council so that we can discuss them and that the community can also discuss. I agree. We've got a great diversity here. I think we did a great job. Emily always does a really good job of helping us through this. There's one person there's a little question about. So let's take the time to answer that little question and then move forward from there.
This is a positive.
I'll have the floor now. When I did when I protested the one individual that made some personal comments, I guess it said, about me, and then it was said, and you agreed at the time, Councilmember Levinos, that in the future we would be looking at Facebook, social media, comments as we looked at people. So,
I asked for that, but it was not approved by the majority of this council. Again, we cannot hold our neighborhood council members to a higher standard than our own colleagues on the dais.
Yeah,
That's
but-
hypocritical.
okay, well, at this time, we're talking about one individual here tonight.
Then
and,
is this the policy we're setting forth for the
that's-
future? We will look at every single neighborhood council applicant's social media posts, because that would be fair, that would be equitable, that would be legal.
Can I take a shot at that?
Yeah,
This is democracy in action. I put forward a motion, you put forward a motion. We'll wait and see who gets a second, and then we'll vote. That's how democracy works.
That's not
I was-
Robert's Rules of
I was-
Parliamentary
I was trying
Procedure.
to avoid that, Mike, but I'm fine with it, so let's wait for the second.
My motion is still on the floor, Mayor, to approve and for the board to appoint all 17 applicants nominated to serve on the executive board for the 4 neighborhood councils for a term commencing on November 1st, 2021, expiring on October 31st, 2023.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Motion fails due to a lack of a second.
Okay, would you repeat your motion, Mr. Judge?
Mr. Mayor, I put forward a motion that we vote on each individual member or nominee for the neighborhood council.
Mayor, I move to table that motion. If we're going to vote on each individual potential nominee, then I would like time to research every single nominee's social media posts.
I have no problem with that.
Okay. Did you want to make that part of your motion? Or I guess she did, yeah.
Make it a supplemental?
Yeah.
That we'll table it until, well, how long do you think you need to look at one?
Till next meeting.
Perfect.
So I think we may need to withdraw the council member's motion.
Just table it?
Table all of them? Yeah, we would,
Well-
based on her request.
Well, that died for a second. We have Councilmember Judge put a motion forward, but you would have to withdraw it. And it sounds like you want to just continue this item till next meeting.
Yeah, that's where I was going, because based on what Ruth, Councilmember Luevanos, wanted to add to Councilmember Judge's motion, that's what it would entail, is that we'd have to put it off. So if we just postpone it while we do the social media background check on all candidates.
So let's just be clear. So Councilmember Judge's motion is withdrawn?
I'll withdraw my motion.
Thank you. So what we ought to do is get another motion to continue this item until the November 8th meeting.
Mr. Mayor, I move to continue this item until the November 8th meeting.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and second, and Elaine wants to speak.
I'll withdraw that. It was
Okay, it was part
it
of
was
that.
it was part
Okay.
of the potential motion.
Mayor, if I just make a quick comment. I want to make it clear that this is policy that we are setting as a city council, that for every appointed position from now on, we will research social media posts of all appointees. Is that correct?
Only if that motion is brought forward to the next city council appointment of neighborhood council members.
So it's just for this batch
Yep.
of neighborhood council members. So this is just a policy for this batch of neighborhood council appointees. But in the future, we're not going to look at social media posts.
Okay, hold on.
I'm asking for clarification. Point of order.
It's not a policy.
I think my understanding is that each individual council member will do their own research as appointments come forward.
Okay, so we're good to vote on this to postpone till the 8th, right? We have a motion and second. Call for the vote.
Just to clarify, I'm voting no because I think we should appoint everyone.
Motion passes with Councilmember Luevanos voting no. Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 3B1, presentation by city staff on recently passed 2021 state housing legislation. and Sean Gibson and Elizabeth Richardson are here for this presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn, members of the City Council. We'll get set up here. Let's drag it over here and start presentation. Okay, I think we're all set on our Zoom screen. Tonight, we will be providing an update on 2021 state housing legislation with a focus on 10 of the 31 housing bills recently signed by the governor that may have potential impacts to the city of Simi Valley. To provide you some background, on September 16th, 2021, Governor Newsom signed Senate Bills 8, 9, and 10 and focused on promoting and streamlining the building process. Further, on September 23rd of this year, the governor signed the remainder of the housing bills, 31 in total. The state's intent of these bills are to increase housing stock, speed the rate of production, enforce fair housing practices, and hold local governments accountable to implement the state's plan. Of the 31 bills, the ones of notable interest are shown here in summary. Our new associate planner, Elizabeth Richardson, is here tonight, and she will provide an overview of the most prominent bills, which are SB 8, SB 9, and SB 10, and I will return to discuss those remaining bills.
Good evening. On September 16th, 2021, the governor signed Senate Bills 8, 9, and 10, which further streamline the process to construct housing in the state of California. SB 8 extends SB 330 through January of 2030 and continues to streamline the process of approving and constructing housing projects. SB 9 allows homeowners to build 2 units on a property zoned for single-family homes. It also allows homeowners to split their lots and build 2 additional homes for a total of 4 units. And SB 10 allows the city to upzone properties to permit 10 residential units per lot without discretionary approval or environmental review. SB 8 is an amendment to the Housing Accountability Act. The HAA establishes limitations to the city's ability to deny, reduce the density of, or make infeasible housing development projects, emergency shelters, or farm worker housing that are consistent with objective local development standards and contribute to meeting housing needs. The HAA was first enacted in 1982, and the most recent amendments provide clarification and additional definitions to the Act. The bill also expands the definition of a housing development project, restricts downsizing density on properties that can accommodate high-density housing, and focuses the benefits of the law on low-income housing projects to accommodate 100% affordable projects. The bill also provides clarification on rules for converting low-income housing to supportive or assisted living, as well as clarifying projects protected under the HAA and eligible for a maximum of 5 hearings to process a project. The bill extends the expiration of the Housing Crisis Act, SB 330, from January 1st, 2025 to January 1st of 2030. This further extends the inability of cities to implement growth management plans, and as such, we will return in January for a council discussion not to extend the city's managed growth plan, which expires at the end of 2022. SB 9 is a new housing law that promotes small-scale neighborhood residential development by creating a streamlined process for homeowners to create duplexes or subdivide their existing single-family lot. Qualified properties would be reviewed by the city and approved without discretionary review. And on the screen, we have a diagram where we have 3 options under SB 9. In the middle is the existing single-family residence with no modifications. On the right is the single-family residence turned into a duplex, and on the left is a single-family lot split into 2 properties and a duplex on each lot. Eligible properties must be located in an urbanized area in a single-family zone. An eligible property must also be located outside the very high fire hazard zone, flood zone, fault zone, and wildlife corridors with some exceptions. The residences cannot be affordable units, and additionally, the residence could not have been rented in the last 3 years. Demolition of the structure is limited to less than 25% of the floor area. And finally, the property cannot be located in a historic district or be listed as a historic landmark on a state or local register. This exhibit shows the areas of the city where eligible SB9 properties are located based upon zoning only. And this exhibit shows areas of the city eligible for expansion under SB9 once ineligible zones shown in purple, and areas in the very high fire zone shown in red, fault zone located at the north end of the map in black, wildlife corridor shown in green, and FEMA 100-year flood zone shown in blue are removed. Staff is still investigating if with proper construction methods, properties located in the very high fire hazard areas would be eligible under SB9. SB9 provides certain criteria for subdividing a lot. These regulations limit a total of 2 lots to be created. Each lot must be a minimum of 1,200 square feet and cannot be less than 40% of the lot area of the original lot. A maximum of two new units can be constructed on each lot. However, if the original lot already has a single-family residence, an ADU and/or a JADU constructed on it, then 2 new units are allowed to be constructed on the new lot. However, no additional units may be constructed on the already developed lot. Each lot can only be split 1 time using the rules of SB9. Conditions on the map are limited to easements for public services and facilities, access to the new parcel from the public right-of-way, and requiring minimum parking of 1 space per dwelling unit. The city may not place conditions on the map that would require dedication of public right-of-way or construction of off-site improvements. SB9 also limits the development standards the city can place on development of eligible lots. The city must allow a minimum of an 800 square foot unit to be constructed on an eligible property, and rear and side yard setbacks are limited to 4 feet. The city may implement their own front yard and street side yard setbacks, and parking for each unit is required to be a minimum of 1 parking space, and the city shall not require more than 1 parking space per unit. SB9 requires all units to be rented for a minimum of 30 days, and the subdivider must occupy one of the units as their principal residence for at least 3 years. The use of the property must remain residential, and new construction must meet the requirements of the building code. And if the building official finds evidence of a life safety hazard, the new unit may be denied. If the existing structures are non-compliant to zoning and building code requirements, they are only required to meet the required building codes. Next steps for the city will be to adopt an urgency ordinance to codify requirements of SB9 prior to January 1st, adopt an ordinance for objective design standards, and adopt code text amendments for consistency with the new state law. Staff is currently collaborating with other agencies and will bring the ordinance to you as soon as possible. SB 10 is intended to allow cities to voluntarily streamline the process to upzone urban infill properties in transit-rich areas for a maximum of 10 units per parcel. Areas located in very high fire hazard zones or voter-restricted open space areas are ineligible. Rezones would be exempt from environmental review. However, if a project proposes more than 10 units per parcel, it is not an eligible property for development under SB 10. Now, Sean will present the remaining housing bills approved this year.
Thank you. To continue with bills of notable interest first one is AB 345. This requires local governments to approve accessory dwelling units to be sold separately from the primary residence if they're to affordable housing organizations to create ownership units for low-income families. In order to qualify, this ADU or the primary dwelling must be built by a qualified nonprofit, and the ADU is sold to a qualified low-income buyer. The property contains an enforceable use restriction, and the property is in a recorded tenancy and common agreement. That's AB 345. Next is AB 571. This prohibits affordable housing impact fees, such as inclusionary zoning, in lieu fee, or public benefit fees, from being collected on affordable units. What this means is that when the city approves an affordable housing project, the units designated as affordable, such as part of an affordable housing agreement or density bonus, we cannot collect certain impact fees on those designated units. This could result in receiving less fees for services or other public improvements. Next is AB 602. This provides greater transparency in the assessment of impact fees by requiring certain standards and practices be met, including that prior to adoption of an associate development fee, a full impact fee nexus study be adopted, and that the study identify the existing level of service for each public facility, identify the proposed new level of service, and include an explanation of why the new level of service is necessary. The potential impact from this law is that the city would require greater staff time to justify the need for these services and infrastructure improvements. So there'll just be additional review of impact fees and any increases to those by providing a full nexus study. Assembly Bill 634 was also adopted. This expands density bonus law by allowing for an affordability period that is longer than 55 years for any units that qualified by the applicant for the reward of a density bonus in compliance with our local ordinance. This typically requires 55-year terms on our affordable housing agreement. With this new law, it allows for longer terms beyond 55 years to give adoptions for additional affordability options. AB 1398 requires a local government that fails to adopt a housing element that the Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD, has found to be in substantial compliance with state law within 120 days of the statutory deadline, must complete associate rezonings no later than 1 year from the adoption of that housing element. That was kind of a rather complicated sentence there. In other words, AB 1398 will ensure cities and counties are adequately rezoning to meet their housing needs. Jurisdictions that fail to adopt an HCD compliant housing element within 120 days of the statutory deadline, for example, the cities being October 15th this year, they will have 1 year to complete the required rezonings instead of the current 3 years and 120 days. In terms of potential impact to this new law, this could impact our housing element update in the 2029 period. For the current housing element, which is being heard tonight, the city is on track towards adoption of this housing element. And also we are proposing to adopt those necessary rezonings and internal consistencies for the general plan tonight as well with the housing element. So it should not affect us on the current round. Next is Senate Bill SB 591. This establishes a new type of housing by law, which is intergenerational affordable housing developments. As such, these are projects that include, to simplify it, 80% senior citizens, and along with up to 20% caregivers and transition age youth. So this allows a slight mix in the community. It creates this new housing type to allow greater diversity in meeting the community's unmet housing needs, where caregivers and certain youth would be allowed to reside on those properties. Next is SB 728. This requires the developer and the city to ensure that a for sale unit through density bonus is initially occupied by a person or family of the required income and at the affordable housing cost and with equity sharing. This is applicable to qualified nonprofit housing organizations as the buyer as well. This new law really won't have an impact on the city, as owner occupancy and shared appreciation and equity is already embedded into our affordable housing agreements and program policies. But it does allow for greater opportunity for homeowners to progress through various housing options with their earned equity. Next, out of the 31 laws, we have a number that the city believes we're in substantial compliance with, or it clarifies existing law. That being AB 215, which requires to make available draft housing elements for 30-day public review periods and 10 business days to consider inclusion of comments into the housing element and postings of revisions on the city's website. AB 838 requires local governments to inspect residential buildings upon receiving complaints and advise owners of violations, corrective actions, and follow-up inspections. Next is AB 1304, clarifies that a public agency has a mandatory duty to comply with the obligation of affirmatively further fair housing. That will be part of our housing element adoption tonight. Next, we have AB 1584. This clarifies that it'll make void and unenforceable any covenant, restriction, or condition that will prohibit or restrict construction of accessory dwelling units under most circumstances. And this law appears to clarify that any deed restrictions previously in place are not enforceable. SB 290 allows higher density and other benefits in exchange for higher levels of affordability in projects. What SB 290 refers to is basically inclusionary zoning. This is one of the options we're looking at tonight for implementing the city's housing element. And this law will be reviewed for compliance with any upcoming ordinance changes that we will bring to you for implementing our housing element. Next. So for reference only, there are also about 16 other new laws that were signed as part of the governor's 31 housing bill package. They are listed here, which we won't get into tonight, but if you have any questions on those, we will certainly get back with you. Next slide, please. And most of these are we're just not finding specifically applicable to Simi Valley, and there's one more list there. Okay, like I said, with these new laws, we will identify any applicable changes to our city ordinances that will need to be done and return to the city council at the appropriate time. And when HCD guidance comes in on these new rules and regulations, we will embrace their guidance and make the appropriate decisions as appropriate. And staff is available for any questions.
I was just going to say, I'm glad you're going to be reviewing all of those, and we don't have to do that.
So you plugged everything into the housing element, correct?
This is after the fact.
Well, a lot of these bills don't go into effect till January 1st.
Yeah.
So the housing bill just coincidentally came out at this time. So some of these do not apply yet, and some of these will continue to evolve. I'm sure some of these will have judicial interpretations as things go along. But regarding the housing element, ADUs, impact fee studies, there's certainly some things city staff is going to have to start looking at to keep up with these new regulations.
So if someone, and I'm not suggesting we are, okay, just saying if someone hypothetically is in opposition to any of these, is there what's the recourse, or is there any input to the state for change?
Well, those are your state legislatures who you'd want to speak to regarding changes to
so that
to
would be the
legislation.
only remedy, is to go through the assembly or the state senator.
That is correct.
Okay, thanks. Again, I have no protest going. It was just simply a question.
I do have a question, if I could, and this might be for Elizabeth or Sean together, whomever. Thank you. Welcome to the staff. Glad that you're here. This is a question about SB number 9. I have been told that if there is an HOA in place that prohibits some kind, that was built into the bill, that if it prohibits some kind of lot split or whatever, that actually the HOA guidance or HOA, whatever we call those. CCNRs, thank you. I'm looking for the term. Take precedence or would have some authority. Is that accurate or not?
That's not ringing a bell with me. You know, I read it closely, but generally it's similar to ADUs.
Well, I would.
HOAs
It was actually our our assemblywoman who told us that that was one of the reasons she voted for the bill. So I would love you to investigate that and see if that is accurate, because she gave that to us right after it was passed as a reason that she was willing to support it, because HOAs had precedence or had exemption to that lot split requirement.
So far, our read of legislation does not prove that out.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. Well, let me know if you read something to find something different. Thank you.
We certainly will.
Mayor, may I ask a couple of questions?
Yes.
I wanted to go back to the map with the layers for SB 9. And before I forget, could you please email this presentation to all the city council members?
More than happy to, and we can even put it on our website.
Thank you. So I wanted to ask about this map because there are some restrictions, right? Not all lots are eligible for this lot splitting, right? So these layers here, so where exactly is the, I get to use my laser thing, I'm so excited. So this area where it's orange, where it's a high fire hazard zone, right? These purple areas that are the flood zones, right? So these are areas that were not, you cannot, SB 9 does not apply. Is that correct?
I think we could take it the other way. All the orange hatched area is where SB 9 does apply.
Okay, and the reason I'm asking is because if you go back one map, can you go back one more slide? Everyone saw this map and freaked out because they saw this. They're like, oh my God, that's the whole city. So if you go to the next slide, right, it's really only this area, right? The orange area here is the only place that is impacted by SB 9. Is that correct?
So I will caution that we're still looking at the very higher hazard area. There is options in there if adequate mitigation measures are in place. That the red area on the screen might qualify for the SB 9 regulation, depending on the existing rules. We have not been able to fully determine that yet, and it certainly doesn't mean a city could go further to adopt their own local ordinances to allow this to happen. But if without doing anything else, the orange area in the middle on the valley floor are kind of clearly the areas that fall under SB 9 for sure.
Okay.
And just piggybacking on Mr. Gibson, the city has been very good in recent development, and I can say in the 80s going forward, for doing developments that mitigate fire hazards. For instance, you're going to see in the Big Sky area and the Wood Ranch area where there is very little exposed wood, that the eaves are covered with stucco, where we've already designed in the hazard mitigation. That may make them eligible for SB 9 development. So along with what he's saying, I don't want to say that what you're seeing on the map is solid, because those areas, Wood Ranch and Big Sky in particular, and the area at the north end of Yosemite very well could be eligible for them, because we've been very diligent in building housing in that area that is already mitigated for the high fire zones.
Okay, so it would be safe to say that the orange areas here then are the areas that would not need to be mitigated.
Not all of them, because I can tell you, for instance, the Bridle Path area was not built that way. where they don't have covered eaves with stucco and things of that nature. So we're really going to have to take neighborhood or development by development, depending upon the interpretation that we end up getting through HCD. There's going to be a lot of discussion on how this applies. If you take a broad brush, as we have here, all high fire hazard mitigation areas SB 9 does not apply to them. However, when you start drilling down and looking at the mitigation factors we've done, some of them very well may.
Okay, and then the earthquake fault zone, I can't imagine there's anything you could mitigate to make, being on an earthquake fault zone, or is there?
No.
Okay.
You're there or you're not.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
That's the Alquist Priola zone that obviously runs through the city. It does run through existing residential areas, as well as our industrial area just south of the town center, as a matter of fact. And that is very well, I should say it's fairly well documented.
Okay, and then I have, thank you so much for clarifying that. I have a couple more questions on that. When you talked about SB 9, you said that the subdivider must occupy one unit as a principal residence for a minimum of 3 years. Correct?
That is correct, and typically, we've been hearing they put together affidavits or deed restrictions of ownership, but legal determination when they apply for their permit for that.
Okay.
However, the legislation does say the property owner has to intend to occupy it for 3 years. So there is no, at least the way the law is written, and granted, there may be very well challenges going forward. They only have to say they intend to.
Okay, and I'm asking because I've had multiple conversations with our city attorney about SB 9 because I recognize the intent of this was to create more housing. However, if we do have a lot of people that love to invest in real estate in the United States of America, and especially in California and Southern California, and Simi Valley is a wonderful place to live. So realtors, investors love to invest money here, and we have a lot of homeowners that have not been able to afford to live here. And my concern with SB 9 was that any investor could come in and say, well, now I can subdivide this into 2 lots and make 2 duplexes, and I can sell each unit for $700,000-800,000. And if I pay this homeowner $1 million for their house, way above asking, they'll sell it to me, and then I can just, rent these properties out. And so that's why I'm asking, and I would like for staff to keep us updated and residents updated as to how exactly this will be interpreted, because we want to make sure that these laws, which were passed by the governor to make sure that we address the housing crisis, actually help address the housing crisis, and don't just create opportunities for investors to raise prices for families that would otherwise not be able to afford to live here. And that's why I'm asking for, clarification on that, and just to be kept, abreast of what exactly the interpretation is.
Certainly, we'll continue to follow it. As the presentation did show, there is no affordability requirement. So will this increase housing stock? Yes. Will increase the affordability of the housing stock? No.
And that is my concern. So I will be, I'm hoping that staff, and thank you for putting together this wonderful presentation. I've been trying to read up as much as I could on all of these new laws, but whatever it is that we can do to increase the affordability of housing in this city, to make sure that the jobs that are being created here match the housing opportunities. And thank you very much for this presentation. I really appreciate it.
Any other questions of staff?
Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, there are no items this evening under informational reports. And the next item on the agenda is public hearings. This is a time for testimony on public hearings on the consideration of matters as presented on this agenda. Let the record show that due notice was given as required by law, and an affidavit to this effect is on file in the office of the City Clerk. All comments submitted by email have already been provided to the City Council and will be made part of the record. However, they will not be read by the city clerk this evening. All persons who are signed on to Zoom to speak for this public testimony, item 4, will be called on to speak for a period of no more than 5 minutes each. Persons addressing the city council are requested to state their name and community of residence for the record. Comments shall be limited to matters relevant to the item on the agenda and may be ruled out of order if comments are unrelated to the item. The reports of the city staff relating to these matters shall be made part of the record of this meeting. If you challenge in court any of the city council decisions made here tonight, you may be limited to raising only those issues you or someone else raised at this public hearing. The time within which judicial review must be sought is governed by California Code of Civil Procedure, Section 1094-6. Agenda item 4A, a public hearing to consider the adoption of a resolution establishing an electric vehicle charging rate. The reading of the resolution is as follows. Resolution number 2021-41, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley establishing an electric vehicle charging rate. And Ron Fuchiwaki and Justin Link are here for this presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and council members. I believe you all know Justin Link. He's our principal engineer for traffic and our city traffic engineer. He's here to assist tonight. So this evening, staff recommends establishing an electric vehicle charging rate for city-owned charging stations. The proposed rate is 24 cents per kilowatt hour, and it would become effective January 1st, 2022. In 2017, the city installed 2 electric vehicle charging stations as part of the solar power system that was constructed around the Civic Center and at the PSC. One station was installed in the police department parking lot and the other in the senior center parking lot. Each station has 2 charging ports, and 4 vehicles can charge simultaneously. Since their installation, charging of electric vehicles has been free of cost. To cover future city costs of electricity, maintenance, repair, and station monitoring, staff recommends establishing an electric vehicle charging rate. Several agencies were surveyed, and the average rate per kilowatt hour was 29 cents. The proposed 24 cents recommended by staff is commensurate with city costs and comparable to other agencies. For a reference, the stations are set for a maximum limit of 3 hours of charging, and the approximate cost for the 3 hours would be $5. Staff recommends the City Council adopt Resolution 2021-41, establishing an electric vehicle charging rate for city-owned electric vehicle charging stations at 24 cents per kilowatt hour to become effective January 1st, 2022. That concludes our staff report, and we're available for questions.
Okay, any council member have questions of staff?
Mayor, I have a question, if I may.
Yes. Is our thing not working? Did you try using it?
Mine says I'm still in the queue, but I don't
Yeah,
know.
mine too, it says in the queue.
Mine's not showing up. Whoops.
Do you need to reset us?
Now it is. Okay. Councilmember Luevanos.
Are there any plans to build more charging stations throughout the city?
Yes, we're looking at, Justin has been very good at doing the research on building more charging stations here at the Civic Center. We've got a couple of places that have been identified. We are going after some grants that may be available through both SCE and other sources in order to build additional charging stations here.
And is there a possibility, I'm concerned if we continue to have PS events and we have those charging stations, that people with electrical vehicles will not be able to charge them. So is there any possibility that we could apply for the grant through CPA, through Clean Power Alliance, to have the independent power source in case that happens, so that people in electrical vehicles can still get to work?
Well, there wouldn't be an independent power source because we're still being fed from the grid. However, we have looked at, there is a type of charging station that has a solar panels on it that we have looked at that may be available that would get around that problem. But CPA or SCE, it's all fed from the grid anyway.
Well, the CPA program would, it would be charging panels with our own independent storage so that we would have access to electricity even if the entire city was shut down for at least 6 hours. So, yeah, I would just suggest that for in the future. But I just want to commend you on recouping the city's costs and being leery of taxpayer dollars and making sure that we recover those costs. But now more than ever, it's important that we address the issues of climate change. We saw the impacts of extreme climate change that we're dealing with today with the rain, and that this is one of the ways, at least a small way, that we are addressing the issue of climate change and allowing people the opportunity to have to charge their cars. And for those of you that have been charging for free all these times, you're welcome.
All right, Council Member Litster.
Thank you very much. I do have some questions about the pricing, and I appreciate that you demonstrated where the 24 cents a kilowatt hour came from and the cost breakdown. Is it a requirement that there be a nexus to cost? In other words, the average is 29 cents a kilowatt hour. Thousand Oaks is charging 26 cents a kilowatt hour, according to the report you gave us. Are we required to show that we're simply recovering costs?
In the development of fees in California, yes. We
Okay.
we can't recover more than our cost.
Okay, so that's, okay, so we can assume then in Beverly Hills it's costing XYZ, or the costs are higher, or the different places that were cited, they just have higher costs
They
then.
have other costs built in that we
Gotcha.
don't.
Okay, then let me ask the question, is there a charge associated with setting up the payment system itself, and have we captured that in this pricing?
There is, we are currently coordinating with the charging stations operator, a company called ChargePoint. They have indicated there may be a charge because it all goes through their system, their computer.
Okay, and often there is, especially if there's a credit card, there's a 3% or whatever it is.
Yeah, and their payment, like, yeah, you're right,
Right.
like credit cards. And they haven't really given us a definitive answer as to whether or not they will be charging or not.
But I can tell you on Section 2 of the resolution does allow us to adjust our.
I did notice that, and I guess that would be my counsel, is that I think I think certainly we want more charging stations, but we want them to be cost-effective, break-even, and it would be my encouragement that we dutifully look at those expenses and incorporate them as they are presented to us. So thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Kavanaugh.
I just had a quick question. Where I work, I'm in the middle of a huge office area. You know, there's like 20 buildings, and I'm seeing them installing the charging stations in different places around. Are we requiring that in any new development?
We do not currently require developments to provide for charging stations, but that's something the council can certainly consider it.
Okay, or we can always just suggest it too. I know some of them have said they're going to. So, okay, otherwise I was just going to say, great job, thank you. I think it's great. And the merchant card processing, the smaller the dollar amount and the more tickets, the higher the interest rate. So keep that in mind.
So $5 charge they're gonna tack on a lot more.
Exactly, it's going to be a higher interest rate, yes.
There you have it.
But good job, thank you guys.
Mayor, may I make a motion?
First, we're going to hear from the public.
Yeah, it is a public
yes.
hearing.
So, do we have anybody on Zoom? Yes, we do. Okay, let's go ahead with the public comments.
Mr. Mayor, we have one member of the public with their hand raised, Mr. Jeff Burrow.
Okay,
Mr. Burrow?
Yeah, I'm not sure if you could hear me right now. Can you?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, forgive me. I put my hand up and it was to speak on a different subject for a little bit later, so my apologies.
no problem.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, that concludes all the members with hands raised.
Okay, there's no one in the building, right? No cards, no one? Okay. Now,
Mayor, may I make a motion?
yes, you may.
I move to adopt resolution number 2021-41, establishing an electrical vehicle charging rate for city-owned electrical vehicle charging stations of 24 cents per kilowatt hour with automatic increases indexed to the Consumer Price Index effective January 1st, 2022.
I'll second.
Actually, in the motion, does it include, what I see in front, it also includes increases for electricity rates, a little bit more to that motion. Will that be included?
What we're talking about, it's already built into the resolution on section 2.
Beautiful, thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Call for the vote.
Motion passes unanimously. Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, next item on the agenda is item 4B, a public hearing on the update of the Simi Valley General Plan housing element for the 2021-2029 planning period, GPA-2021-0001. And
Okay, we're gonna take a break. Well,
Yeah.
sorry to
Okay.
interrupt you like that.
that's quite all right. We all need a break.
Okay, so we're gonna break for 10 minutes.
I was hoping.
There you go. the meeting back to order.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next item on the agenda is item 4B, a public hearing on the update of the Simi Valley General Plan Housing Element for the 2021-2029 planning period, GPA 2021-0001. And internal consistency updates to the general plan, including land use map and zoning amendments, Z-S-2021-0005 at selected sites, community development and safety and noise chapter updates, and a mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring plan for the subject requests, introduction of an ordinance, adoption of a resolution. The reading of the ordinance is as follows. Ordinance number 1329, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley approving Z-S-2021-0005, amending the City of Simi Valley zoning map for selected sites identified in the 2021-2029 housing element, and adoption of the mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring plan for the project. The reading of the resolution is as follows. Resolution number 2021-42, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley approving GPA-2021-0001 to update the general plan housing element for the 2021-2029 planning period, to update the community development and safety and noise chapters of the general plan, to amend the general plan land use map amendments for selected sites, adoption of the mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring plan for the project, and to submit the 2021-2029 housing element to the California Department of Housing and Community Development. And Stratus Peros, Sean Gibson, and Eric Chen are here for this presentation.
Okay, we're ready for the report from staff.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and City Council members. For your consideration this evening is an update of the Simi Valley General Plan housing element for the 2021 through 2029 planning period. Since 1969, California has required that all local governments adequately plan to meet the housing needs of everyone in the community. While the local governments are not responsible for constructing housing units, they are responsible for providing the ability to allow the private market to build them if they choose. Hence, local governments meet this requirement by adopting housing elements as part of their general plan. Our general plan serves as the blueprint for how Simi Valley will grow and develop. California's housing element law acknowledges that in order for the private market to adequately address the housing needs and demands of Californians, local governments must adopt plans and regulatory systems that provide opportunities for and do not unduly constrain housing development. As a result, housing policy in California rests largely on the implementation of local general plans and, in particular, local housing elements. The housing element does three essential things. It identifies Simi Valley's existing housing conditions and needs. It establishes the goals, objectives, and land use policies that are the foundation of the city's housing strategy, and it provides an array of state-mandated programs to create vibrant and sustainable neighborhoods across the city. Our current general plan and housing element was comprehensively updated back in 2013 and 2014, respectively. This new six-cycle housing element for planning period 2021 through 2029 is a partial update of our current fifth-cycle element, and it addresses new housing legislation as well as the Regional Housing Needs Allocation, or RHNA, and must be adopted within 120 days from October 15th, 2021. Assisting city planning staff in this endeavor are the consultant team of Rincon Consultants and Veronica Tam and Associates. Also helping us tonight is our housing planner, Eric Chen, and our deputy director, city planner, Sean Gibson. Concurrently with the housing element update, the consultants assist the city in establishing internal consistency with the city's general plan land use element, safety element, and the city's land use and zoning maps. Our housing planner, Eric Chen, will now provide us with a review of the housing update process, which has led us to here to tonight's meeting. Eric?
Thank you, Stratus. The Housing Element Update Program includes a community participation plan to encourage community input throughout the duration of the project. Methods of outreach includes press releases, Simi Valley TV bulletin board postings, social media posts, city-focused newsletters, flyers emailed directly to the neighborhood council, the youth council, Council on Aging, CDBG Advisory Committee, the Native American Heritage Commission, likewise with the Chamber of Commerce, nonprofit housing purveyors, over 60 church properties and its owners, over 300 residents and participants who registered with the city by phone and email throughout this process. Beginning on February 3rd and March 17th of 2021, the Planning Commission and participating residents received the housing team's presentations for public participation process for the update program, where we evaluated strategies to meet the city's housing needs and received public testimony at public workshops conducted via Zoom. On April 19th, the City Council received a progress presentation on the housing element update, which marked the midpoint of the process. On April 21st, the Planning Commission began their review of the areas and sites that would potentially qualify to be counted toward the housing element site inventory to help satisfy the RENA. On June 1st, the city released a draft housing element for public review through city website. Hard copies were made available at City Hall and Public Library. The Planning Commission and participating residents reviewed the draft housing element on June 9th. In preparation of the draft housing element for HCD's preliminary review, the housing team concurrently initiated updates to the general plan elements, including community development and safety and noise, the general plan land use map, and the zoning map. This will ensure that the documents are integrated and maintain internal consistency as required by state law. On June 16th, the city submitted its draft housing element to HCD for a 60-day preliminary review for compliance with the state housing law and submitted the newly mandated affirmatively furthering fair housing, or AHHF, analysis to HCD on July 21st. On August 13th, the city received HCD's comment letter. At the September 29th Planning Commission public hearing, the Planning Commission recommended that the City Council adopt housing element update and associated documents. At this point, our housing consultant, Veronica Tam, will provide us with details about the state's comments and state's revision, and the city's revisions to address the comments. Veronica?
Thank you, Eric. When we send the housing element to the state, they go through a very rigorous review of the housing element, making sure that the housing element complies with state law. One of the comments was certainly the affirmatively furthering fair housing. This is a very kind of extensive analysis, but brand new state law. So we were really just trying to figure out what the state's been looking for. Essentially, the comments come back at the time, they didn't have enough time to review the AFFH analysis also because it's brand new to them as well. And they gave some preliminary comments relating to a displacement risk analysis to incorporate that, and certainly to also incorporate local knowledge about how certain neighborhoods, why there are issues within certain neighborhoods and how those are being addressed in the future. They also wanted us to expand the discussions on the location of the sites for the RENA, and finally, we find the contributing factors to fair housing so that we can be focusing on our programs. In revising that, that's been fully incorporated in as Appendix C of the housing element. And the housing element AFFH analysis also looks at the distribution of our sites for the RHNA by the affirmatively furthering fair housing factors, which is looking at disproportionate needs, displacement, access to opportunities, and definitely also looking at segregation and integration factors. In the table outlining in the housing element, we have a table that outlines the contributing factors and meaningful actions in order to address those. Those are now incorporated as part of the housing element. Next slide. The next comment from HCD comes from wanting to focus a little bit more on extremely low income households. Extremely low income households are those who makes about 30% of the income, area median income. The state wants us to elaborate a little bit more on the resources available and also the needs. This again also has been incorporated into the housing element in the needs assessment. Next slide. Expand the discussions on site inventory and justify how we calculate the realistic capacity and how we choose the sites available for RHNA, and also talked about the availability of infrastructure and environmental constraints. They also wanted us to verify our ADU projection. In fact, we were able to confirm our ADU trend, and it is actually above and beyond what we had originally anticipated. And also we expanded the discussions in the housing resources section and also in the appendix for providing a little bit more details on how the sites were selected and also the capacity was calculated. Next slide. One comment that the city has relates to special needs population, and that with housing for special needs population. Capacity for emergency shelters, that is one requirement to look at, and also housing for employees and agricultural workers, manufactured homes. Those are some of the comments related to a variety of housing types and also special needs population. What we have done in the housing element is added a new section in the housing resources section to look at your capacity for emergency shelters. That's based on state law that every single jurisdiction has to identify a zone or zones that you would allow emergency shelters by right, and you have to make sure those zones does contain some capacity. And so under the current city's ordinance, you do allow emergency shelters in some of your commercial zones and business park zones and light industrial and general industrial zones. So we talked about the potential capacity, whether they are vacant or underutilized properties in those to permit emergency shelters. Although in all state and federal programs and policies, emergency shelters is less important these days from a policy direction. What the state and the federal government are looking for is housing first, that type of programs. We also expanded program 13 to make sure that the city does a zoning code amendment to address housing for employees and agricultural workers. That's based on the Health and Safety Code and Employee Housing Act, that if it's housing for 6 or fewer employees, you have to provide that as housing as a single family structure. That's not related to any type of industry, just housing for employees, if the employer provides housing for employees. Agricultural worker housing, that's related to whether the city has zones that permit commercial farming, and if you do, then you do have to have zoning code provisions for agricultural workers housing. We also need clarified in the constraint section of the housing element that manufactured homes meeting the standards as established by the state, or single family structures and permitted where single family homes are permitted. Next slide. In the housing element, we have to look at a variety of constraints or rules and regulations as it relates to development in the city. And the state wanted to concluding a statement about the cumulative impact on land use controls, particularly regarding the city's parking standards and how that may impact the feasibility of facilitating housing in the community. It also wants us to comment on growth control measure, and you heard a little bit about that earlier in the presentation about SB 330. That's related to that. The state also wants to make sure that we talk a little bit about your building codes and what the typical on and off-site improvements are required when residential development occurs in the city. Something that we also have to talk about is reasonable accommodation for persons with disabilities. So essentially what we have done is expanded the programs in program 13 and program 12 in the housing element that would commit the city to evaluating your parking standards in the future. We also talked about SB 330 suspending implementation of growth management programs until 2025. However, SB 8 actually extends that suspension to 2030, which actually goes beyond the horizon of the housing element. So that therefore growth management or growth control policies is not an issue in the city of Simi Valley. We also expanded program 13 in the housing element to grant reasonable accommodation to make sure that we actually amend the criteria. I think one of the criteria currently in the city's zoning code is that you would have to meet development standards and land use and zoning regulations, but reasonable accommodation is to exempt or to provide some flexibility for people who may not be able to completely meet zoning standards if the flexibility is needed and reasonable to accommodate their disability. Next slide. The next set of HCD comments relates to housing programs, primarily for the affirmatively furthering fair housing. So we expanded the housing programs to make sure that there are timelines and stronger timelines and commitments in those actions so that there are specific measures for performance in the future. And that's really related to the housing programs. Next slide. So those are the key, those are the comments in HCD's comment letter, I think dated August 13. And ultimately what we're doing is to address all the comments to make sure that we comply with state law in order to avoid any kind of consequences that can be associated with a non-compliant housing element. The housing element is the most frequently litigated element of the general plan. And so by having a housing element that is deemed to be compliant with by a state agency, we would definitely reduce the risk of litigation in the future. In the event of a lawsuit, if and when a housing element is sued, the court can fine a jurisdiction up to $100,000 per month for the first 3 months of non-compliance, and the fines can escalate to $600,000 per month if it's been out of compliance for longer and you're in a litigation situation. Another consequence of non-compliance is ineligibility for state grants. I think you're gonna hear from presentation from Lily from Rincon, some of the additional efforts that the city is undertaking in terms of planning. Those are being funded by state funds. So if the housing element is out of compliance, the city would not be eligible for further funding until you can bring it up to compliance again. One thing I do want to mention that based on the most recent conversation we had with the state just just about a week ago, the state said that on average, this round of the housing element, because of all the new state laws, we just got another 31 in the last month or so, but with all the new state laws that's been passed in the last 3 years, this housing element is probably the most difficult one because it has a lot more changes to it in order to comply with all the new state laws. So on average, the state is experiencing at least 3 rounds of review in order to get a housing element to a compliance status. Now, the first round of review that we did from June 16 to August 13, that's our first round of review. And adopting the housing element with the revisions that we've put together, which is our good faith effort and our best estimates about what the state is looking for. With the adoption of that housing element, we have to submit this the housing element to the state for another round of review of the adopted housing element. Now, there is a potential that even after adoption, that the state would not would still come back and say maybe there are some additional changes that they're looking for. So that is a potential possibility that we have to anticipate, that after adoption within the 60-day review, that they are going to still come back for additional changes. So one of the things that the state recommends and we probably would like to request is that if the third round of review, after they review the adopted housing element and they say, tell us like you need to make some additional changes. If the additional changes are technical in nature and there are no policy implications, we are asking if the city council would be able to go back to readoption of that third round of housing element without going back to with just the city council only and not going back to the city planning commission. That's something that we recommend and the state concurs as well as a good approach. So next slide. With that, actually, I'm going to pass it on to Lily, and she's going to talk about the additional work that her company is doing, and that kind of complements the housing element update. Lily?
Veronica. So state law calls for all elements of the general plan to be internally consistent and compatible. To comply with this policy, land use changes triggered by the housing element update require that 2 general plan elements be revised to maintain internal consistency. The community development chapter or land use element would be revised to update the land use map to match the rezone programs in the housing element and to add environmental justice language. These environmental justice policies help further the fair treatment and meaningful involvement of all people, regardless of race, color, national origin, or income, with respect to the development, implementation, and enforcement of environmental laws, regulations, and policies. The safety and noise chapter, typically referred to as the safety element, would also be revised for internal consistency with the general plan and to be updated prior to the County of Ventura's hazard mitigation plan to ensure that the city remains eligible for FEMA funding. Updates to the safety element include language covering emergency preparedness, police services, crime prevention and protection, geologic and seismic hazards, urban and wildland fire hazards, flood hazards, climate change, hazardous materials, and environmental justice. Next slide, please. An initial study was prepared for the project in accordance with CEQA guidelines, which determined that the project could have potentially significant impacts on biological, cultural, and tribal cultural resources. These impacts would be reduced to a less than significant level with mitigation measures and compliance with existing regulations. As such, a mitigated negative declaration was prepared and circulated for public review from August 26th through September 24th, 2021. 4 comment letters were received. The comment letters and responses to comments are included in your staff report.
So we will now turn our attention to Deputy Director, City Planner Sean Gibson to provide details about the changes to the land use map and the zoning map.
Thank you. To provide sufficient capacity to satisfy the RENA requirements and to meet the required income categories, as well as to provide housing opportunities, we've identified 111 properties for rezone sites, consisting of approximately 148 acres. I've broken this into 3 categories: the East Simi Valley Metrolink sites, the West Simi Valley Los Angeles Avenue corridor, and owner-initiated sites. This is the overall map of the city of Simi Valley with the RENA sites. The areas with callouts are the rezone locations. The other shaded areas here are no rezone required, so focus on the call-out locations, please. The specific zone change and land use amendments are attached to the ordinance and resolution and included in the housing element document for your more specific reference. Most of these sites are being increased in density by 1 zoning category. Some of the sites jump to higher densities to be compatible with adjoining properties with higher zoning already in place. For Apricot Road, the street is comprised of multiple zoning designations, including high density, with uses already constructed as multifamily. In addition, this area is adjacent to arterial streets and transit stops and within a shorter distance to the Metrolink station. These characteristics are similar to the properties on Cochran Street, east and west of Tapo Street, and on Cochran Street east of Tapo Street and west of Stearns Street on the south side, and at the corner of Stearns and Leeds Streets. It's a close characteristic to the Metrolink station, arterial streets, recreational facilities, and retail. On the other side of town, which I call the Los Angeles Avenue corridor, on the western side of Simi Valley, we're looking at properties along Patricia and Haywood Streets and a small site in Old Town area here. These sites met the criteria for RENA's lot size, density requirements, and property status requirements. Again, these sites are also adjacent to transit and commerce. With SB2 funds currently being utilized to look at enhancing the Los Angeles Avenue corridor, the properties along Patricia and Haywood provide for potential projects that will funnel residents to shops and restaurants, as well as provide job centers all within walking distance. In addition, a number of sites in the city for rezoning are based on owner inquiries as part of our housing element outreach and workshops early on this year. Several church sites are included, including 2 on Royal Avenue between Erringer and Sequoia, and also on Cochran Street. These church sites were included based on inquiries for partial reuse of their sites for potential multifamily development or parishioner-type housing. In addition, there are 3 areas consisting of a property on Oak Road, the South Hills area, also known as the Heineman property, and the Walnut Hills vicinity on Walnut Street on the north side of the city. These are more developer-based inquiries which would provide a rezone to the next higher density level, which have been found to be compatible with the surrounding zoning designations. Like I said, approximately 111 properties are being rezoned in this proposal, totaling about 148 acres. And again, whenever possible, we've utilized existing zoning designations, again, where you see no rezone required. So other sites are being considered as part of the RANA sites, but they're not having to be rezoned. And existing mixed-use properties on Tapple Street and Los Angeles Avenue are also considered part of that allotment. Eric? Travis.
In conclusion, both the Planning Commission and staff recommend that the City Council approve and authorize submittal of the housing element update and associated environmental documents to the State of California Housing and Community Development Department for certification. Should the City Council approve the draft housing element this evening, the housing team will submit the update for the second round of their 90-day review. If Housing Community Development calls for a third round of revisions and the revisions involve primarily technical information, no major policy changes, staff further recommends that the readoption of the housing element be conducted via public hearing before the City Council only. The housing element update is just one step in the process. At the last City Council meeting, the City Council awarded a $500,000 contract to Gruen Associates for consulting services to implement 2 eligible planning activities from the Senate Bill 2 Planning Grant and Local Early Action Planning Grant programs. These grants will fund for the development of a specific plan for high-impact development areas, including the Tapple Street Corridor and the Los Angeles Avenue Corridor. It would also update the city's economic development strategy to address sustainability and jobs housing balance, and develop citywide objective design standards and pre-approved architectural plans to facilitate non-discretionary permitting. In addition, the next steps leading into 2021 and 2022 and 23 would be to continue bringing development code updates to the City Council to implement these newly adopted housing element update programs. All these activities, planning activities, will provide the necessary tools to assist the city in its ongoing compliance with HCD regulations relating to housing production and affordability during these post-pandemic economic development times, while maintaining local control of design and development standards. This concludes the presentation. Staff and our consulting team are available for any questions. Thank you.
Okay, questions of staff? Okay, first, Councilmember Luevanos.
I was going to let Councilmember Litzter go first. Okay, thank you, Mayor. My question is, and I'm sure we're going to hear this in public hearing, but 2 of the areas, 80 of the, almost 80 of the 111 properties for rezone are in predominantly Latino areas, Patricia Avenue and Apricot Avenue. Can you explain why that is and how would this not violate the Fair Housing Act?
So Patricia and Haywood is that area located south Los Angeles between First and Erringer. And this is an area of the city for the past 40 years. The city's been purposely concentrating its multifamily residential development. And what we've done here is there's a mix of zoning on those few block areas between residential high and residential very high. And what we're looking to do in response to some of the conversations we've had with the development community is to upzone it to the next increment of zoning upwards. The remaining parcels are all kind of difficult to develop. They're interior lot parcels. There's parcels that need basically consolidation of land to occur. And that's a very difficult area to build in the sense that there's soils issues, public work infrastructure that needs to be done, underground utilities, et cetera. So by allowing for the higher density, what we're hoping to do is to finish off this area of the city, which has been, again, about 40 years in the process. And the goal is to improve this area of the city because of its great location near the Rancho Simi Park there at Erringer, south of the Arroyo. It's near the Arroyo Bike Trail. It's near arterials where it has mass transit in close proximity. It's also in very walking distance to a lot of shopping and services as well as job centers. And so we think that this is an ideal area of the city to, for arena purposes, to upzone to increase the zoning in this area of the city and strategically place it to areas that residents would benefit from in close proximity.
Can we include, thank you for that explanation. Can we include in this housing element, I know we look at parking, right, but we don't always look at open space. And that's something that, having lived in an apartment when I first got married, and I know that there's a lot of residents that do live in apartments because that's what they can afford or what they choose. We even have younger generations that choose not to buy a house. They don't want the responsibility. They would rather rent. And that's understandable as well. But we do need, I know we have a lot of parks. We just celebrated the 60th anniversary, but are there any spaces, is there any requirement currently, or can we add a requirement to include open space for these high-density developments?
That's an excellent question, because I think one of the deficiencies in our development code today is that we don't always mandate or require every multifamily housing development to provide open space. Sometimes I get it, we can ask a applicant to willingly provide it, and they will, because they understand that there's going to be families and children living here, and there should be some sort of communal area, not necessarily a pool, but maybe a barbecue area or a tot lot or something to provide as an amenity to the public. Sometimes you'll see like interior features, TV rooms where the tenants can gather to watch the Super Bowl, or rooftop decks. But our code doesn't mandate that. So if an applicant doesn't willingly provide it, there's nothing in our code to get it from them. So as we go forward after tonight, there are a series of development code updates that we are going to be looking at. And I think something to require open space, whether it's indoor or outdoor, would be something that I think would be worthy of further consideration.
So that's something we would explore as a city council after the housing element is adopted.
Yeah, and sometimes we see this in affordable housing projects where we'll get an open space component, but for market rate projects, not necessarily so. So it's something in our code, it's a loophole, and I think it's something we can tighten up.
Okay. My next, and I have a series of questions, but I don't want to, let me ask one more and then I'll give the floor to someone else. Have we ever met our RENA required allocations for extremely low, very low, and low income?
Again, the RENA process is we're planning for it. Now, the city doesn't go around constructing building. It's whether the market wants to build it. And sometimes it's a recession or supply chain issues or construction costs, any number of financial reasons prevent housing from being constructed. But we do plan for it. And when we look at what typically gets built in a RENA cycle, in a housing element cycle, clearly it's the above moderate units to get done first. I pointed out the Tapon Alamo project. There was more affordable for very low and low income in that one building than we did in the previous 7 years combined of all the projects. And that was about 87 units of affordable, low income affordable in there. So the market doesn't typically build it, or if we do get it, we get it maybe 4 or 5 units at a time. But it's clearly there's a great demand for it in this community.
Does the city currently have an inclusionary housing ordinance?
No. And that is one of the things we're looking looking forward into 2022 as far as development code updates. We're the one city in Ventura County that does not have an inclusionary housing ordinance. And it's something that what that means, an inclusionary housing ordinance, is that each and every project that comes forward would either provide an affordable component within its multifamily residential development or maybe pay an in lieu fee. And it's basically trying to make sure that over time, there is affordable housing being constructed from projects that meet whatever criteria is established. But it's something we don't have, but based on the earlier comments from Ms. Veronica Tam, it's something that's going to be in one of the programs that we evaluate in the near future.
And one of the components of RENA and of the housing element is looking at transportation. Is that correct?
Well, again, we're doing the master planning of this in this housing element update. There was an environmental document that looked at traffic impacts, but whenever any project actually gets built, it will do its own traffic study to look at the impacts of that project on the community. And so it will be evaluated at the time of its construction as well.
And I'm bringing this up because in your report, it stated that when they looked at the income levels for Simi Valley, only 33% of our residents make what would be considered medium or moderate, would meet those requirements. So it looks like we have a great need for families especially to have these low and very low and extremely low income units. And as a matter of fact, the economist from Cal Lutheran at the VCOG meeting that I was at last month stated that that's why we were having our economy shrink in Simi Valley and across Ventura County, because we're not providing that housing. And it's also impacting our traffic. So can we include a shift when we have these high density developments and hopefully an inclusionary housing ordinance? Can we include planning for bus service, bike pathways, pedestrian pathways? The goal is to make it more walkable, can we include that as well? Is that in the housing element, or is that a separate ordinance we need to pass as well?
No, even on projects we do right now in this Patricia and Haywood area, for example, we look at that. We look at connectivity to the Arroyo Bikeway from the interior of the development. Public Works and Transit can always look at bus service in this area and adjust accordingly. We do try to keep up with the times with Uber and Lyft, and we did that at the Millennial Project to making sure we have an accommodation for that. It'll be interesting to see if autonomous vehicles take off the way they say they do, but in the meantime, we are making sure that projects do meet our city standards. But affordable housing projects also have a state parking requirement that they can meet is sometimes more forgiving than our current code is. So we also encourage bicycle parking, but there is a ratios of vehicle parking that each and every project must meet when it gets developed.
Okay, and my last question for now anyways is with regard to the infrastructure. You talked about, these areas have, the Patricia corridor and the Apricot corridor. They have a lot of, the power lines are all above ground, and, can we also pass an ordinance that requires those wires to be underground? That's one of the beauties of places, upscale places like Beverly Hills, is that they don't have all these wires hanging everywhere. They're underground.
Yeah, the city already has that ordinance in its place. Now, what we don't underground are the really high voltage power lines. But if it's under a certain kilovolt, those can be underground. And sometimes certain things will come off the line, like the telephone line or fiber optic or some other stuff, and maybe the electrical power line will stay up there. But really the biggest challenges for growth and development here in Simi Valley is our flood zone. Sometimes projects have to do a letter of map provision to get their properties out of the flood zone. So that's a process. Sometimes it's these public works issues, extension or increase of sewer water line capacity, widening the street, curbs, gutters, sidewalks, and undergrounding utilities and ADA requirements. Those are usually the most costly impediments to growth and development. Patricia and Haywood has its own unique example because of the history, the soils in that area, and the amount of geotechnical work that needs to get done. All the easy properties are done in Simi Valley, but it's these last remaining ones that are vacant that we're trying to give a little one more zoning designation increment upward to see if that'll be the trick to get them finished off.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Litzner.
Turn my microphone on. Now you can't. Now I can be heard. Thank you very much. I'd like to start, and I know we spoke earlier today, but I'd like to start by helping understand just what this housing element provides in terms of number of units. I know that on page 3 of the staff report, it's at the last paragraph says, while the housing element update identifies the city's RENA obligation of 2,793 units. Basically, it says there's a number of pending units and projects that have been approved that are currently being built, as well as our history of ADU building, et cetera. All of that has helped. Basically, some of those numbers are used to basically satisfy this 2,793. The rest, then, theoretically, is now contained in the zoning, et cetera. And I guess I want to be careful that we are being careful in terms of what we're planning for, that we're not that the numbers add up to that our obligation, we are not going much beyond that, because then it makes it that much harder the next time we come to updating our housing element. So can you give me kind of a scribe? You mentioned 111 111 parcels that are going to be rezoned. Can you give me just a sense of numerically how many are in the pipe right now being developed, et cetera, and how many are going to be found through rezoning? Is that a fair question to ask?
So I'll start first, and Sean, if you have anything you'd like to add. So our current arena designation is 2,793 units, of which we're rezoning to accommodate about 1,200. And the remaining 1,593, if you will, we have gotten credit for all the projects the City Council and the Planning Commission have approved over the years of these last few years that that are either in the pipeline or going to be constructed in short order. Also, we have a documented history of a lot of ADU production, at least around 50 or about 60 a year that we've been doing. And so we can calculate that 50 to 60 a year over 8 years, and that's about 400 or so units. But of this, the properties that we're designating for rezoning aren't projects that currently have any development activity on them. It's just, these are sites that could accommodate new growth and development. So I don't know if that was one of the questions that you had, but there's no current development pending anywhere on those properties.
Gotcha. Okay. Sean, you agree with all of that? Did you want to add
Well,
something?
We got people waiting in the wings for what may happen tonight, so there is interest in several of those sites.
Okay, gotcha.
So,
And here, I just have a few questions then directly. I'm very mindful that I was elected to District 3. And District 3, of course, it contains many of the sites that we're talking about tonight, including Patricia Haywood, Old Town, some of the churches. I mean, there's a variety. As I went through, I carefully earmarked, okay, wait, and so I have some specific questions. In the Patricia Haywood site, I was concerned that it appears that we're going from high density to very high density. And so the question is, there's been some beautiful development that's gone in there already. Am I correct that that was developed at high density, not very high density? Is that accurate?
I'm sorry, where in LA?
On Patricia, basically.
Yeah. So
The new development that we've seen, that we've approved, we've seen built, that was not at very high density. That was at high density.
Typically, some of these recent projects that we brought before you, I think the Millennial Project, the first one from that Chris Ituli group, and the second one, those were residential high. I think the River Run Project was approved a number of years ago, and that's at residential high. I think some of the smaller projects out there have also been at residential high. So sometimes corner parcels are easier to develop because they have multiple street access, and we've seen those go first, or parcels of a certain size that can meet it, those go first. It's some of these remaining parcels that are narrow, that need to be consolidated, that we are hoping will benefit from the next increment of zoning upwards. And this is in response to what we've heard from the development community.
And I guess my concern is, as I understand the units per acre, going from high to very high, in essence, doubles the amount of units. Isn't it 5 to 10, or I need to look at the chart, I'm sorry.
Residential high is 10 to 20 units per
10 to
acre.
20, and
residential very high is theoretically 20 to 35 units per
so
acre.
theoretically, it could double the amount of units that would be going on a parcel in that area, correct?
In theory, yeah.
So theoretically, we could be doubling the amount of units in that whole corridor. And do we have the infrastructure to support that?
Yes, we have the infrastructure to support as far as sewer capacity, water line capacity, things that don't exist today would need to be built, curbs, gutters, and sidewalks.
What about that? My concern is it's a 2-lane road, and we're talking theoretically thousands of units on that, hundreds of units on that, on a 2-lane, one each way. Is there a plan to expand that to 4 lanes? Is there a way to somehow ease that perceived bottleneck on my part?
The road is what it is. It's not going to suddenly get wider in certain areas. But we are looking at, again, multimodal transportation in this area by providing density near transit, near shopping, near services, near employment, that hopefully not everyone needs a vehicle. Now, I know in California that's, doesn't seem plausible. But we do plan, each site will have its required on-site parking. One thing that happens in development here in Simi Valley is we never see the highest end of density, the 35 units per acre, very often, because typically the only way to get that is subterranean parking or a parking structure or a podium parking. So most of what we have on Patricia Street is surface parking. And invariably, that takes up about half of a project site when you have a surface parking lot, and the other half is the building. Sometimes we get vehicles tucked under the building, but invariably half the site is dedicated to parking. So that deflates the number of units that a site could typically what we see out here. So we're typically building in the 25 to 28 unit per density average. And it's something that we've seen as a repeated pattern occurring. So that's what I would expect going forward. Clearly, there's always the issue of people using garages for parking, not for storage, and then parking and guest parking around the streets. Sometimes some of the projects in the area have charged for parking and maybe have encouraged people to not park on site, but out on the street. So certain artificial actions like that have,
I understand we're getting rid of those artificial
more
actions,
congested.
but
But in theory, every project will meet its parking requirement. But this is again 40 years in the making that
Sure.
Simi Valley has purposely funneled all its high density onto this multi-block area.
okay, let me ask about another area, the Old Town section. And I will tell you, I should preface this that I drove out today. I went through and really drove all these areas, including Apricot. I really wanted to see for myself what was happening in the Old Town area. You are going, giving it a very high. Basically, we're suggesting a very high density. That area, as I look at it, those are all currently single-story structures. Many of them seem historical. Some have been preserved and renovated. Obviously, not all. I guess I'm a little concerned with very high density fitting the nature of that community. What you've got right there.
So what this map is highlighting, what we call the Old Town area, south of Los Angeles, west of First Street. And the previous map might show it a little better.
Yeah, it's that area right
But
next
the
to
large
Second
rectangle
Avenue
over
and
here is one of our church parcels. And again, when we upzone this, the intent is not to demolish the church. What it's intended to do is allow for parishioner housing. And if you go back to the aerial photo, Eric, you'll see that there is some underutilized areas on these parcels that could easily accommodate parishioner-type housing.
no, and I understand that, and I'm not talking about the Sinaloa Seventh-day Adventist
Yeah.
site, which is what that is. Specifically, yes, up in the right corner.
Yeah.
I recognize there is that lot, but the area, I mean, if I understand, that's to be very high density. So I was just told 25 to 33 units
Yeah.
an acre. What you have next to it, though, are single-family, historical, older, one-story. Much of it is right to the southwest. In the planning perspective, do you feel that that's a good mixed use together? Is there?
So the irregularly shaped parcel that you highlight, the vacant one that's up there at the corner, obviously it's very difficult to develop when you have irregular lot boundaries. You know, the building, although the density may be higher, I don't envision let's say a Tapone Alamo scale building on that property, because it's going to be something that they're going to have to figure out a way to get the parking, the building, landscaping, perhaps some open space, all kind of negotiated in there. But your point is, right across the street, there is single-family homes. This is actually one of the next steps after tonight is going to be the 2-year planning period for the Los Angeles Avenue corridor. And this is actually an area that I do think we can study further, the whole, all the First, Second, Third, Fourth Streets, California, et cetera, that are in this area. Because one of the wonderful things about this neighborhood, I always say, has good bones. The homes have alleys behind them.
Mhm.
And one of the things we've heard in all our public workshops from the public is a support for more duplexes and triplexes in the city. We don't readily build those very often in the city. But this neighborhood, especially because of the alleys, would make a wonderful or very easy to do duplexes and triplexes. It gives people a reason to economically invest into this area and take advantage of the good framework of infrastructure that's already in place. This area is in close proximity to the Stater Brothers Shopping Center, other restaurants, and includes increasing residential density in this area to take advantage and support those services and support those businesses. Makes a lot of sense from economic development. So what exactly can be done out here is not a done deal. We do think that as part of our SB2 LEAP grant funding, this is an area of town that is worthy of further public workshops and participation. If the owners in other areas say, no, leave us alone, we like our historical nature, we don't have to do anything. But I do think it is a great candidate for, again, the next increment of zoning for those single-family homes.
Well, and I don't disagree, but the next increment of zoning, my concern is very high next to the
Yeah, what we're looking for is allowing single-family homes, which again, they could do ADUs or JDUs
Sure,
today.
I hear you.
But it's
Okay.
just allowing for maybe the next building type, a duplex or a triplex or a quadplex on some of these parcels, especially with those with alleys.
Fair enough. Well, thank you. That's it for now. Thanks.
Okay, seeing no one else, this time let's go to the public. I'm sure they've been waiting.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, there are currently 3 members of the public. A few more are coming on. So if you are here to speak on item 4B, please raise your hand. You can either use the Zoom controls on the app or if dialing, press *9. Once I call your name, please unmute yourself through the Zoom controls or by pressing *6. And the first member of the public that wishes to speak is Marina Porsche. Ms. Porsche? Okay, we'll move on to Sam. Sam, please unmute yourself.
Evening, Mayor Mashburn and members of the City Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Is this Sam or
Thank
This
you
is
for the
Ms.
opportunity to
Porsche.
speak. I speak in opposition to the proposed rezoning on Lead Street. I am a Lead Street resident here in Simi Valley. The proposed rezoning for Lead Street proposes a 3-step increase in zoning. This is a very drastic change from the current residential, very low density zoning with a farm animal overlay. Our street has a rural, semi-rural character and permits the keeping of farm animals. And to jump from that to residential moderate, which would be 10 units per acre, is a drastic change and would affect the neighborhood character, connectivity, and quality of life. It's, in my view, it violates some of the policies adopted by Simi Valley. Policy LU 10.1 regarding neighborhood conservation, policy LU 10.2 regarding housing character and design, and policy LU 14.1 regarding neighborhood identity. When you juxtapose against the single-story family homes that are currently in the neighborhood on large lots, very inconsistent densities, parcel sizes, setbacks, and massing, you change very negatively the character of the neighborhood. In my view, this would be an uncompensated governmental taking through regulation, impacting the ability of residents who have lived in our neighborhood, some of them for decades, to enjoy the neighborhood that they have lived in so long. I also would like to point out that the underlying mitigated negative declaration was inconsistent with the proposed zoning to residential moderate. On page 12 of the posted mitigated negative declaration that was on the Simi Valley website, it showed that the proposed density was RM, and that is residential medium. So you have an inconsistency between your mitigated negative declaration, which was proposing no more than 5 units per acre at residential medium, and the proposed amendments to move tonight to residential moderate, which would allow up to 10 units. Any substantial 2 or 3-step increase in zoning density on Lead Street would, of course, impact traffic and noise and increase air pollution from stalled vehicles at peak travel times when residents are seeking to make the turn onto Stearns. Leeds is not an arterial street. Leeds is a normal single family residential neighborhood. And if you permitted an increase of a potential 27 additional units, there would be a buildup of traffic at peak traffic times and make it very difficult to turn on to Stearns. It's already a difficult situation at peak traffic times. In addition, you've got high school student traffic at the corner of Cochrane and Stearns, which causes a backup. So it just doesn't seem to make sense. Another thing that's not adequately considered, in my view, in the mitigated negative declaration is there was no consideration to the removal of about 7 acres zoned for the farm animal overlay. The mitigated negative declaration does not discuss the impact to agriculture. And residents on our street have kept horses, donkeys. There was even once a longhorn steer, pigs, all sorts of animals, giant tortoises. This is a very unique neighborhood, and I think you are very drastically modifying it and haven't adequately considered the circumstances. Why does our neighborhood get zoned 3 steps up? When there was the staff presentation, they talked about a 1-step in zoning. This zoning for Lead Street is quite different than a 1-step increase in zoning. Moreover, the location, which is near the Metrolink train station, although it sounds like, oh, that is a great positive, when you look at the particular usage of the train station, very few people are pedestrians that walk to the train station to take a train into LA or up to Santa Barbara. They drive to the train station. And because you've got a large park between Lead Street and the train station, and during the nights of the year where it gets dark early in the autumn and in winter, people are not going to be walking to the train station for reason of safety. They're going to be driving. So I think this is not the same payoff that you would get as in LA near the metro stations there, where you have substantial foot traffic in the neighborhood of the train station. So I would request that the Simi Valley City Council consider lessening the density on Lead Street from our moderate to at least our medium, or perhaps
Please
even
wrap it up, Marina.
residential low. My husband also here is available to speak.
Okay, thank you.
If you will allow him. Go ahead, Lynn.
Is it my turn?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, City Council. My name is Leonard Porch. I also live on Lead Street, right near the area affected. Simi Valley is a great place to live. I've been here for 36 years, and you know, I've raised 2 daughters here, and thanks to the good teachers and schools in Simi Valley, I have one at Johns Hopkins and one at UCLA. Change is inevitable. It's how we make that change that matters. Going into low density neighborhoods and throwing in high density structures is not a change we should make if we want to keep Simi Valley a great place to live. I lived on Reseda, you know, when I was attending CSUN. Is that what we really want Simi Valley to look like? I hope not. As we change and try to appease Sacramento, let us not forget who we are and our way of life. The early residents of Simi did have a vision. I doubt they saw this coming. Instead of going into old neighborhoods, build new ones. Let the people who have lived here the longest keep their way of life. I'm against any changes on Lead Street. We're surrounded by open space. It's marked as high fire hazard, but only because it's undeveloped. There seems to be no problem when developers want to go in and build million-dollar homes. Why not use some of that land for your needs? There is always talk of the Metrolink and being close to it. No one walks to the Metrolink. As close as we are, and my wife has used it, you don't walk to the Metrolink. You know, and we're closer than the lots that they're talking about. I don't, you know, no one wants to walk through the dark park at night. It's dangerous. People forget there used to be a Simi Valley rapist, which took a long time to catch. If you allow it, you know, it will come. Once it's here, there's no going back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Please unmute yourself.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, I'd like to thank the Porches for actually stealing my thunder. But a lot of the stuff that they have already brought up is what I have here in my notes. I would like to bring up that, I live here on Jared Court. My name is Sam Andre. I live on Jared Court. It's one of the 9 unique homes that the original homeowners here in this rural area probably don't or didn't like when they built. But we're here and we make friends and neighbors, and it's a lovely place to live. Myself, I grew up in an urban development. We've been here for 4 years. I'm the president of the association here, these 9 homes in Jared Court. And I can tell you that Lead Street is not built, the infrastructure is not built for urban development or new growth development or whatever you want to call it. It's not Santa Monica. We don't want it to be Santa Monica, especially this area. I'm all for urban development. I'm all for new growth, but this area is very unique. Like the Porsche said, there's neighbors of ours that have horses and animals and things of that nature. And when we take walks during the day or at night, there's cars just zooming down this lead street, which is barely even paved, let alone even meant for another 60 to 245 units, which, by the way, according to the Ventura County City Data website, the average vehicle per household in Ventura is 2. That would make it an extra 490 vehicles that would be on this street, which we cannot accommodate, nor is there parking on Lead Street on one side of it. I'm glad the meeting opened up with everyone applauding our Parks and Recs department. And you guys do a wonderful job, but thank you. But the park that we have here is beautiful. And that's why we moved from an urban development to Simi Valley and moved into a modest neighborhood to where we're at. Is because of the amenities that we have with the park and the fireworks. And God forbid if somebody gets hit on Lead Street, which I'm sure it's already happened. We've seen dogs and cats and coyotes and all kinds of animals being hit by cars and killed by cars. It's only going to increase the traffic. Not only to mention there at Stearns and Cochrane, the students crossing the road. We've seen kids get hit crossing the road there trying to go to school. So increasing the traffic, I just don't think is really a means for development. We can't put a price on safety. And this is a very unique area, and this is why we moved here. And I think that, again, I'm all for urban development. There's plenty of other areas that have not been developed in the Simi Valley area that are less dense. But again, to put another 60 to 245 units would just be absurd, especially in this area. There's no light. There's barely a stop sign. It's a blind area when you try and get out of Lead Street onto Stearns, which most of you may not even know this area. Because when I tell people where we live, they don't even know what I'm talking about. So it's really something you need to all drive out and see for yourself. It's very unique. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Miner.
Hi, Tom Miner, a longtime Lead Street resident. I would like to address the statements from Mr. Peros and what the Acorn article on October 8th quoted him as saying. They said that targeted areas don't include single-family residential neighborhoods or open spaces, but that's simply not true. What is my house? A field, a office building? No, it's a house that my family's called home for nearly 50 years. And I find it insulting that the planning commission was simply referring to it as one of those 3 parcels on Leeds. And of course, the other parcel being on Stearns, where those people have been there about 60 years, probably longer, actually. And I just find it also kind of unconscionable and pathetic that we're not even allowed to come in person due to COVID, a disease with an infection to fatality rate of 0.26. Why can't we come in person? Why can't you face the people that oppose this development, or this rezoning, I should say, actually, at this point? So respectfully ask that you remove the 3 parcels on Leeds and the 1 on Stearns from consideration from your general plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Joe Pachowski. Mr. Pachowski?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Mashburn, members of the City Council. I can't help but wonder what the consultants and the planners on our city staff have against single-family housing. We need to be encouraging home ownership in our city. We don't, residents have made it clear that they don't want monstrosities like you guys had to approve on Tapo and Alamo Street. The single biggest way to increase a family's wealth rather, is through single family home ownership. The only, we talk about, wanting to have all this affordable housing, and I'm not against affordable housing. But the problem is when affordable housing is developed as part of large residential apartment complex projects, there's only one person that builds wealth on that, and that's the landlord. Why would we ever want to do that? Why wouldn't we want residents of our city to be able to build wealth as a family, even if we have to have condos or smaller lots or something that makes the home more affordable? When my wife and I bought our house here in Simi Valley in Wood Ranch 4 years ago, we didn't buy the biggest house on the block. We bought the house that we could afford. We rented for well over 10 years after we got married because we had to put the money together to get the down payment to buy our house. I understand what renters go through. And for 10 years, we burn money every month. And I just think that this housing element puts far too much of a focus on building up and building up and building up into these monstrosity apartment complexes like we saw had to be approved because of state law at Tapo and Alamo. And what we really need to be doing instead is finding creative ways to encourage single family home ownership more. Looking at the demographics that were shown in the housing element, I noticed that there was a 15% drop in families with children. Well, shouldn't we be doing things to encourage families with children from locating in Simi Valley? I mean, yes, our town, the residential population is getting older, but we need to be doing things to encourage families with children to move to Simi Valley, not discouraging it. And that's exactly what zoning higher and higher and higher turns around and does. And it's bad planning. We need to be looking at what we want to see in our city, and that's a whole lot better way to go about it than simply picking and choosing lots, and saying, okay, we're going to raise the density on this lot, and these people over here, never mind the fact that they're partially zoned for farming, they're just going to have to deal with it. That's just wrong. Anyway, that's all I had to say tonight. Thank you very much for listening, and you have a good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next person is a call-in number with an 805 area code. Last number of the telephone is 7. Please unmute yourself. Please go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Matt Doros.
Hi, good evening. I just wanted to share a couple of my own thoughts real quickly. When I first moved here, I saw motorhomes.
Can't hear him.
Side of the garage.
Mr. Doros, we're having some difficulty hearing you.
I don't ever remember.
Looks like he's been disconnected. I'll let you know if he reconnects.
Okay.
Next member is Debbie. Debbie, please unmute yourself.
Hi there. I am letting you know that we do oppose everything that you guys want to do on Apricot Road. You know, we have farm animals also, just like on Leeds, and it just doesn't seem right that, you know, you guys want to come in and make us high density. You know, when we have the farm animals, this is why we have bought in here. You know, along with our neighbors, we like the idea of not having anybody so close to us. It feels like we are going to be pushed out of the state. We might as well just sell out everything and leave our families and go someplace else. You know, the way how we feel like we're being treated. And it just isn't right that we want to stay here and have our animals and have our property, and you want all these places coming in around us. We understand the idea of developing, and we don't have a problem with it, but why our street? There's other streets that could use it more than we can. You know, and that's all. I'm just wanting you to know that we do oppose it, and it just doesn't seem right that you want to take what all of us have worked for and fixing our places, and now you're just gonna come in and bulldoze everything down. You know, that's really all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jesse Sanchez. Jesse Sanchez?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I live on Ralston Street, which is perpendicular to Leeds. And I bought this house a little bit over a year ago. And I'm opposed to rezoning. One of the biggest reasons I should say I bought into the neighborhood. I didn't particularly buy this house for what it was. It required a lot more work and money than a lot of the other houses I looked at. I bought it because of the lot and because of the neighborhood. I can't necessarily have the farm animals on my property but some of the other neighbors that are behind me can. And I like having that kind of neighborhood. That's why I moved into this neighborhood. And like some of the other previous speakers before me, it'll change the neighborhood, not necessarily in a way that I would like. The amount of traffic that we'll see or potentially see. And someone else had mentioned the road. Leeds Street is so narrow that two large vehicles probably can't pass at the same time. And even in my small slower move over if you have a pedestrian or one other vehicle on the road. I just don't like so one of the other city council members mentioned a different neighborhood over off of LA and talking about how high density wouldn't fit and all those single family residences next to it. It's even more so with the Leeds property. These houses are spread out even farther than that. I think there's even a bird sanctuary somewhere in the neighborhood. I hear them at night or during sundown. It wouldn't even come close to fitting. It would stick out like a sore thumb. you'd be able to see it. You'd be able to see it for miles away. You wouldn't even have to get into the neighborhood before you saw that housing development. That's all I got. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Doros has reconnected. Mr. Doros, please go ahead.
Hi, good evening. I just wanted to share a couple of my own thoughts real quickly. When I first moved here nearly 30 years ago, yeah, I saw motorhomes and driveways, but they were actually on the side of the garage. They were parked in what real estate folks refer to as RV access. I don't ever remember seeing motorhomes hanging clear out to the public sidewalk. I don't know exactly under what premise of the law that began, because the way the law is written, the city has a code where it states that the first 20 feet person's yard is the setback, it's clearance for visibility, et cetera, and general code.
Sir,
Actually, if you refer to the
Okay.
development code, it's
this public hearing is not on RV parking.
or .030. Having an oversized motorhome extend all the way out to the public sidewalk on a 40-degree end of the road is not permitted and thoroughly contradicts the Simi Valley Traffic Site Area or TSSA.
Excuse me, sir. Sir?
Property side.
I guess I'm not a techno guru tonight. I'm sorry. I apologize, and I will attend the next meeting. I apologize for wasting your time.
Okay, thank you.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye. Now we can.
Mr. Brian Kane. Brian, please unmute yourself. Brian, are you able to unmute yourself? Mr. Mayor, that concludes all the members of the public that have raised their hand to speak. Does anybody else wish to speak? Please raise your hand. This is on item 4B. Okay, Mark.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yeah, I'm a longtime resident on Lead Street, and I kind of see both sides, but it does have a unique character, and we'd like to keep it as much as we can like it is. It really doesn't seem to have this infrastructure for major development. Everything on here is a minimum half acre and the farm overlay and everything. And if we can keep it lower, we'd appreciate it. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, no other members have their hand raised.
Okay, thank you. This time the hearing's closed, and comments or additional questions from the city council. And we will start with Mike Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm curious as to, if you go to page 15 of the staff report, you've got a picture there of the lots, and what I'm seeing on Leeds there, you've got 4 lots, 1 on Stearns, 3 on Leeds, that you've designated. You've upzoned those to what now? That's to the, you've upzoned those twice? Or 2 steps, is that what the people are saying? When I read it, yeah. What is the zoning for the Jared Court homes, the 9 homes on Jared Court there?
Court. Have that for you right here.
Yeah, page 15.
The Jarrett Court homes are zoned residential very low with the animal overlay district.
Okay.
The subject site on Lead Street,
Right.
Councilmember Judge, is going from residential very low density to residential moderate density, which is consistent with the property to the east and also to the areas in the Cadota Fig specific plan, which is moderate just to the north of that.
So where are these folks getting that that's going to multifamily or high density? Where are they coming up with that? Because that's what I saw too, and I was like, what are they talking about?
No, one of the speakers was referring to the mitigated negative declaration on page 12 of the initial study, which is one of the exhibits. And that did indicate residential high density is the potential for parts of the Lead Street area that has since been.
But you're not looking at zoning of those that high.
The final rezoning for those two sites is now moderate, which is up to 10 units per acre, which does allow single family or attached on those corner properties adjacent to Stearns.
Okay.
That's the proposed result.
And all those areas are still available for, SB 9 stuff, putting duplexes on them and stuff like that too, right?
Currently, they're single-family zone properties currently, so they could utilize existing rules and upcoming rules in 2022.
All right, thank you.
Sean, if I can ask a question, on page 15, where we're showing the orange lots south side of Cochrane and that have the D with them, the chart would seem to indicate those are going from low density to high density, very low to high. Is that accurate?
Yes, those are on Cochrane Street, and
there's that one senior project that is
It's already like an apartment building.
correct right there. What is that current zoning?
that is high density.
Okay, so that
with a
that would
density
be
bonus.
And you've got that little track next to the last D one there. I forgot, but it's got like 0 lot line houses in there. What is that zoning?
That's a moderate zone.
Moderate, okay. I wouldn't want to see those zones on Lead go any higher than that.
Right. The property on Leeds would be a moderate zone, which a project Autumn Core, I believe. Those are a mixture of homes. Those are moderate zone.
It would be.
And that could be a possible product on the.
And those homes on off of Cochrane, they come with, I'm pretty sure I've been there before, they come with their own garages and stuff like that.
Correct. They all have garages.
Right. Okay, thank you.
So can I just ask a follow-up to Mike's question? And to kind of ask, they've asked about the animal.
Would you like the floor?
I'm sorry, please. Mayor, may I just ask one follow-up question to what Mike had?
You're on a timer.
Absolutely, fair enough. Animal overlay, once you go to moderate, can you have, did they lose their animal overlay?
We have non-conforming rules, which we've accommodated people to keep their animals until the site redevelops into a higher density use. So as long as they're still on the property, the legal non-conforming provisions could apply.
I think what I would say, the neighbors, on the western portion of Leeds, not affected by this zone change with the animal overlay, that's not changing. So if they all want to keep their animals, that's fine. The area that's in question on Leeds, it's going to residential moderate. That's for a housing development, like Councilmember Judge indicated, maybe something comparable to the one
Mhm.
directly above it. Again, this is for single-family neighborhood. It could be attached or detached single-family homes. It's not an apartment building. We're not expecting a 3 or 4-story monstrosity like one of the speakers was concerned about. It's really just 1 or 2-story homes that could be there, attached or detached. But typically, those yard areas would not be the same as the other properties on Leeds. So an animal overlay on those parcels wouldn't make sense because the parcel sizes will probably be much smaller.
If I can clarify, once it's going to be redeveloped, they'll lose the overlay.
Yeah.
But until then, they keep their overlay.
Yeah, again, that's another great point, Councilmember Judge, that when we change these zoning layers, and there was a speaker on Apricot that was concerned about losing her kind of quality of life and her home and her character. Nothing forces anything to occur. It's whether the market responds to this. And we do this all the time. We change the zones in certain parts of the city, but nothing ever happens. The market may or may not respond. We've had particular property owners in this area on Leeds that did volunteer, that wanted to participate in this rezoning effort. And again, the proximity to the park, the shopping center, the half-mile radius around our Metrolink station makes this a great candidate for upzoning. But again, we're not going to the very extreme in this case. It's single-family homes. And to answer Mr. Pachowski's comments about encouraging single-family home ownership or development, we are doing a lot of that in this housing element update. Heineman Lane, Walnut Hills, Leeds Street, these are all single-family home neighborhoods that we're trying to encourage to get built. People talk about, wanting that. Not everything in the housing element is about apartments by any means. We have found a lot of areas to, again, 1 increment of zoning upwards. I know what she's saying about possibly 3 on Leeds Street, but really it's about 2 acres to density maximum to moderate is like 5 to 10 acres, units per acre development. So, you were concerned earlier, Councilmember Litster, about doubling in residential high to very high and getting up to that 35. Here, again, we're talking at the maximum 10 units per acre, which is very similar to that single-family neighborhood above it.
Councilmember Luevanos.
Can I make a comment, Mayor, or are we only asking questions?
Yeah, comment.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I want to bring up the fact that I asked for a vacancy parcel tax. I wanted to address this issue beforehand, and I didn't get any support for that. And that would have alleviated some of these issues in terms of, we do have vacant parcels throughout the city, commercial and residential, where the owners just don't want to build. And that would have alleviated some of these issues in terms of upzoning, because then it would have incentivized the owners of that property to develop something on that land. We have to think about the sustainability of the city, the sustainability of the community. I know that there's a lot of concerns about traffic. The truth is that building more diverse housing, whether it's duplexes or apartments or whatever it is that we build, the variety of housing that people are asking for, is going to lessen traffic, because that means that those people, those workers, can live here. They don't have to commute all the way from Palmdale or Lancaster or wherever else that they can afford to live, because they'll be able to afford here. So if traffic is a concern, and we know, according to the Ventura County Civic Alliance, that traffic has increased, the amount of time that people spend on the roads is longer every year and continues to grow longer, to get longer every year, it's because we don't have the type of diverse housing here that our diverse workers need. So if traffic is a concern, allowing the ability for developers to create the type of diverse housing that is needed for the workers here is going to alleviate traffic. And yes, not everyone has a car or needs a car. I've walked to the Metrolink station from my house, and it's a mile away. My husband has walked to the Metrolink station. There are a lot of people that like to ride their bikes. There are a lot of people that like to walk and hike in the city, because it is considered a safe city. And so I know that if we plan it out and not fly by the seat of our pants, that is going to reduce traffic, is going to improve things in the city. I also know that we need to be cognizant, again, of the economic sustainability of the city, and that includes having housing. We know, according to economists from the Cal Lutheran, that we need diverse housing. The reason why our budget is shrinking is because we don't have diverse housing. And having this diverse housing is going to support the businesses. You've heard it in the housing element. Having apartments, having duplexes, having walkable places is going to support our local businesses. And we need our local businesses. We need them to survive. We need them to be here. We need them not to just survive, but to thrive. And they were hit hard by the COVID pandemic. So having these walkable places and spaces and diverse housing that are adjacent to these thoroughfares, to these streets on the valley floor, is going to preserve our open spaces, is going to make sure that our workers can live and work here in the city and not have to commute far, is going to reduce traffic, is going to improve air quality, is going to help our businesses, is going to help the sustainability, long-term sustainability of our city. So I am definitely in favor of this housing element because I know this is what our city needs. And just in terms of being able to keep your way of life, I work at a school in Reseda that has a farm in the middle of Reseda. We have a 1-acre farm, so you can have a farm in Simi Valley. If I can have it in Reseda with my students in the middle of Reseda, you can have a 1-acre farm here in Simi Valley, as Mr. Peros mentioned. Is that correct? Yes. So no one is taking away anyone's way of life. We are, however, making sure that we keep families here, as Mr. Pachowski was worried about. And no, not everyone can afford to buy a single-family home, nor does everyone want to buy a single-family home. We want to make sure that we keep the people that want to live here, our children that want to live here, that grow up and go to college, they want to come back and they want to live here, or they want to stay here. And so this diverse housing is going to enable us to be a sustainable community, help our businesses, and make sure that our community thrives. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Kavanaugh.
I just wanted to make a comment or two to kind of clarify things. I don't know that everyone completely understands. So our housing element, basically we're doing these zoning changes so there's an opportunity to build more. It's not a requirement that they be built up to that, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so I want everyone to be aware of that. Also, unless the property sells, nothing's going to change. So it's only when somebody goes to sell a property that the new owners would have an option to use the new zoning. But they can still continue to leave it down below, is what it is, correct?
Yeah, nothing prevents a property owner from developing his own property, but typically they may have come here already to ask to do it if that was the case. But a lot of these properties are opening themselves up for the potential for new development.
Right, and I noticed some of them do make sense. The churches that we built way back when have huge lots. And so I know some of them are looking to utilize those in different ways. And on the Leeds project, it looks like the 3 properties all exit to Cochrane, correct?
Onto Stearns.
On the Stearns.
But Cochrane's to the north. They don't have direct street contact to Cochrane now.
Okay, but would they be able to?
The 3 parcels on the south side of Cochrane would exit onto Cochrane. You can bring the map
The
up.
3 churches.
Oh, the churches.
The
Oh, yes,
churches,
correct.
yes.
All 3 churches on Cochrane would access Cochrane. None of those streets, vehicles would go onto Leeds. Yeah,
Oh,
so all
yes.
3 of those churches.
Correct.
All right, that's what I wanted to clarify. So they would not be coming down. So really, it's just the one property on the end, correct?
That's actually 4 or 5 different parcels right there.
Okay.
That lend themselves to development. When we started this process, we looked at the entire block of Leeds as a potential for upzoning. But as you can see, a lot of it's already spoken for. And so it didn't really make sense to upzone the entire block. So we looked at this one on the corner because it had, the most underutilized aspect about it, most development potential, and it bordered onto Stearns. And we do think that most of the traffic will go along Stearns. Now, it's possible traffic would go down Leeds, but at least the area around the site that would be developed, that street would be widened and improved as required by Public Works. So I know Leeds is narrow, but any new development that does occur would have to widen its portion to whatever standard Public Works calls out for street width.
Right, and heading west on Leeds doesn't really make a lot of sense from that piece of property in my thought process.
Our traffic engineer was here earlier, and when we were looking at the Tapo and Alamo project, people were concerned about maybe cutting through on Eve or some of those roads. And what the traffic models show is that mostly people will stick to the arterial streets on development projects.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean 100% of everybody, but the majority will stick to the arterial.
I've cut through from In-N-Out Burger to my house, and it doesn't make sense. It's better to just stay on the arterials. It really does. Okay, so that's just the one area on Leeds, and again, it's only going to be developed if somebody chooses to do that.
And again, there's 4 or 5 parcels there. Will somebody be able to acquire all of them, or will they just go alone with just 1 or 2? We don't know.
Do we know, are they all owned by the same person or they're,
No, I think they're separate ownership.
Okay.
But they're, that one where the mouse is the largest one is, again, could go alone by itself, but it would be nice if all the parcels banded together to make one cohesive development,
Okay.
like the neighborhood to the north.
all right, thank you, gentlemen.
Staying on that property, if the owners of that property decided to sell, and the buyer is a developer and would come up with a high density, they could do that, correct?
No, not high density. This is going to residential moderate, which is 5 to 10 units per acre, which is
Okay.
what we're proposing.
Okay,
Now, if
thank
they want to do it, they would have to come to the city council, general plan amendment, pre-screening, rezone, all that stuff, and we would have a totally different public hearing.
For a
But-
high density.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
okay.
that's, again, 5 to 10 units per acre, very similar to the single-family neighborhoods you see on the screen.
So, thank you, that helps a lot, because my concern is, I went through this process, I guess, 10 years ago, and these people get singled out as the way they feel.
Yeah.
And Cadota Fig and Lead Street in particular. And my concern is that when somebody decides they get older or whatever, and they decide to sell, and you're next door to that property, you suddenly have a major change. But you're saying moderate,
Yes.
okay.
And, the third rail of CME politics is that Cadota Fig leads, 2 times they tried to rezone that area north of the 118, and clearly the neighborhood said no. So we didn't bother this time. Ironically, the area directly north of the red box on Stearns and Cochran there, those 4 or 5 parcels at the corner, Jeff Holt's property and those right there,
Yeah.
they all submitted a letter saying, please include us next time. And they actually all asked to band together. And so that one could actually be a higher density zoning or commercial or anything, maybe a mixed use overlay. So that's interesting. So we'll remember that one for our next housing element cycle, but they did reach out to us during the hearing process.
Okay, and I have another question for you. We've talked previously, long ago, about how some of the properties underutilized, maybe even strip malls that are underutilized. Would that ease up the requirements, our arena numbers, potential? Meaning, if we could get those folks to look at selling, rezone those properties and identify them for the housing needs. And then could we maybe in the future step away from like Leeds and not have to bring that up? In other words, replace the Leeds property. Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, yeah. So we have areas of the city that have been previously upzoned from the previous housing element cycle, areas on Los Angeles Avenue, the Mountain Gate Shopping Plaza, areas along Tapo Street, all these areas with a mixed-use overlay. But we haven't got a single application or a project on any of those areas. So we always talk about, we can change the zoning, change the law. Will the development community respond? But we do think that through some of these efforts, in the specific planning effort that's going to come next on LA Avenue corridor, we do think with a better development code and some other incentives for economic revitalization of that area, that we can get our next phase of growth on Los Angeles Avenue. And if we can get that area to build, our next housing element cycle in about 8 years from now, we're going to get credit for anything that does occur through all this process. And then in turn, that answers Councilmember Litzer's earlier question about, the 2793, we only have to rezone 1,200. Maybe that number will be even less next time. If, again, we do a pretty good job of approving projects here. The council and the planning commission deserve great credit for some of the things we've done. And it's just, there's very little land available here in Simi Valley. You have to, all the easy parcels are done. We have to reimagine or reutilize some of the things. And with Amazon, the way the market's changed, the Amazon, the COVID pandemic, people changing their shopping and buying habits, what should our commercial corridors look like? Can we get right-sized? Are we over-retailed? So repurposing some of these commercial areas is probably the next big way we can grow here in Simi Valley, and as well as preserving and protecting our hillsides and our single-family neighborhoods.
Yeah, and I think earlier comments about traffic, part of it is jobs would curtail the traffic a little bit.
Yeah.
Because then people aren't having to leave the city to go to their work. So housing, in my opinion, won't necessarily ease the traffic. It would be more jobs, and I know that we're not here to talk about that tonight.
Well, but it's a great point because it's also the other way. Remember, the council's approved about 1 million square feet of new industrial space in the city between our 2 Amazon projects, Murphy property, the projects down here at Tapo Canyon in Los Angeles. And all those workers need housing, hopefully somewhere here in the city, so they're not commuting in from another location. So the goal here is if we can get that worker housing planned for or built somewhere in the city, that will get people off the freeways.
And the last comment I have is, in your presentation, you mentioned that property, I think it's corner 2nd and LA Avenue, right next to the Arroyo.
Yeah.
I look at that as ideal property for some type of housing. And I don't know if we need to reach out to them and talk to them, and find out what's going on. But,
Yeah.
well, we'll do it again.
I think
But anyway, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Entertain a motion.
Mayor, may I make a motion?
And that's fine. I just wanted, we were making statements. I just wanted to make one statement before the motion. Is that possible? And not a question, but a
I
statement.
don't know if it's possible for you to make one statement. But you're welcome to try.
I will make sure it is
You will welcome
one
to try.
paragraph without a single sentence, without a single period. No, actually, I wanted to thank the care that's being taken to try to not, it's easy to maximize. And as I'm wearing my planning hat, it's easy to want to come and just make the perfect community and saying, we'll just do all this here, and if it all changes, it's perfect. But we as elected officials have to represent our constituents and have to be aware of what's there currently. And so I appreciate some of the precision that you've taken to try not to rock the boat, should we say. And so, yes, there's some concerns here that I've expressed and that we're looking at, but I appreciate that you've carefully tried to account for what we've done and reasonably going forward, but allowing room, not overdoing the growth and development. So I just want to thank you for the care that you've taken there. So that was my statement. That was one sentence, right, Mayor?
It was, yeah, I think it was a run-on sentence.
The English teacher agrees. I wouldn't talk you, though. It's okay. Mayor, I move to adopt resolution number 2021-42, approving GPA-2021-0001 to update the general plan housing element for the 2021-2029 planning period, make internal consistency updates to the general plan elements, including community development and safety and noise chapters, land use map amendments for selected sites, adopt a mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring plan for the project, and submit the 2021-2029 housing element to the California Department of Housing and Community Development. And I move to introduce ordinance number 1329, approving Z-S-2021-0005 to update the zoning map amendments for the rezone sites identified in the 2021-2029 housing element update, adopt a mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring plan for the project.
I'll second.
Motion and second. Call for the vote.
Motion passes unanimously. Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, next item on the agenda is item 5.
Mr. Mayor, before we go on to the next item, I wanted to thank our housing consultant team, Veronica Tam Associates and Rincon, but really to single out our Deputy Director, City Planner Sean Gibson, and our Housing Planner Eric Chen. They did yeoman's work on this one for the last year and a half, and they produced that 844-page document. So just wanted to thank them for their hard work.
Super. Yes. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. And can I just ask one question so I understand, Mayor?
You used up your run-on.
I know. This has to do with more work. You just mentioned the planners that did work. One of them referenced bringing it back, if it goes to a third cycle, bringing it back directly to us and not going through the planning commission. Was that part of the motion?
I think we're able to handle that administratively.
Okay, thank you.
If there are substantive changes that come back from HCD, we will bring it back to the city council. We don't believe it would need to go back through the planning commission, but the city council would have the chance to take a look at it again if there are substantive changes from HCD. So we'll put that on the record.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll bring the meeting back to order.
We're back on agenda item 5, public statements. This is a time for public statements on all items other than public hearings, appointments, and informational reports. All comments submitted by email have already been provided to the City Council. However, they will not be read by the City Clerk this evening. All persons who are signed on to Zoom to speak for this public statement item 5 will be called on to speak for a period of no more than 3 minutes each. Persons addressing the City Council are requested to state their name and community of residence for the record. Mr. Mayor, unless you have any comments, we will begin the public statements.
Ready to begin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For those of you that wish to make a public statement on item 5, please raise your hand using the Zoom controls or *9. First member that I see is Sandra Fernandez Achenbach. Sandra, please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Sandra Fernandez Achenbach. I've lived in Simi Valley for 20 years. I love this city. I live in District number 2. I am a retired LAUSD public school teacher. My husband and I are co-founders of a nonprofit called Mission Circle International, and we're currently collecting donations to bring some cheer to the disadvantaged of Simi Valley for the holidays. But what I'm here to talk about is the disposing of batteries. I've always been worried about what happens to cell phones and batteries after people use them. And I'm here to just talk about an idea. I was walking in Thousand Oaks around the library a couple of days ago, and I saw some beautiful metal green household battery recycling bins outside the children's library. And I was so excited. I was with another retired teacher and I took a picture of it. It's a great place for the public to deposit alkaline and rechargeable household batteries. I think having several of these bins around Simi Valley would enhance our city's reputation as an environmentally conscientious town. I used to be on the Arbor Day committee, and Simi Valley is a tree city. And yes, it's true that we residents can go to Lowe's or Home Depot to take our electronic waste and our batteries, but unfortunately it's not always convenient, and millions of people are throwing their batteries into the regular trash. And we all know that that leads to lead, lithium, cadmium, and other toxic elements leaching into the soil, then infiltrating the water and affecting human health, leading to dangerous carcinogens. So I just thought I'd present this idea. It would be great if we had bins like this around town, so it wouldn't be as hard to dispose of our waste.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No members of the public have their hand raised. Mr. Burrow, would you like to speak? Please go ahead.
Yes, I wanted to take a time to speak regarding these city council meetings being done on Zoom. I specifically regarding this, there's no reason for us to not be having meetings in person. I've been watching this meeting for the last 4 hours, and it's almost impossible to see who's even speaking from one moment to the next. In addition to that, also found out over the course of the last 2 weeks that either the mayor or you members of the city council were prohibiting the school board from meeting there in city council chambers as well. There is no fundamental reason for us to not be having in-person meetings in city council or the school board. If our kids can go to school, we can all go out to dinner. We can all go to the grocery store. I know that there's been celebrations and government banquets and the like, and there is no fundamental reason for us to not be doing in-person meetings anymore. We're better than this. It is time for us to open this place back up, start having in-person meetings and conducting ourselves as responsible citizens, because this Zoom call stuff is not responsible citizenship. We can do much better than this. And I would like for this to be an agenda item at the next city council meeting to address this formally. It is far past time for us to not be doing in-person meetings.
Thank you.
Matt Doros. Mr. Doros, please unmute yourself using *6.
I'm sorry, and I apologize for taking up time before. I'll try and make up for it. I really only have two motorhome-related comments, and one is sort of a question. I know the issue's going to hopefully come up soon, and we can end this moratorium on enforcement of the existing rules. There's a lot of confusion regarding the TSSA part of the rules. That's the traffic safety site area. This is in the city code, chapter 9-30 under general property. It states that items that you cannot block the first 20 feet of your property with anything more than 4 feet. Just please keep that in mind, and also keep in mind the development code that thoroughly defines the setback requirements and et cetera. I'm just really concerned for a number of reasons that I've spoken about previously, but I want to point out two things. One is that the TSSA, if it stays on the books the way it is, I think could make the city liable in the event of a problem down the road. So when you're revising and whatever, please keep those two aspects in mind. I'm not an RV or a motorhome hater. I just really hate the fact that we're littered with them and it's kind of gotten out of hand. I moved here 30 years ago, and the only place people kept them was on their dedicated RV access pads on the sides of their homes. It's kind of ironic, actually, that the people who own motorhomes really like nature and generally like to go out and camp. And it's kind of in our face that our city can't look as nice as it should because we're buried behind motorhomes. Anyway, thank you. And I'll talk again at another meeting. Good night.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do any of the other members of the public wish to provide public statements? Please raise your hand using Zoom or press *9. Mr. Mayor, no other hands are raised.
Okay, we'll have any comments, brief comments back to the speakers.
Mayor, I have very brief comments.
Okay.
Yes? Thank you, Mayor. Sandra, I want to thank you for bringing up that idea. I'm going to bring it up at the next Girl Scout unit meeting. So I think that's a great Gold Award project or a great Eagle Scout project. And I'm sure the city and we as Library Board of Trustees would love to work on a project having battery recycling bins around town. I think that's a wonderful idea. Mr. Burrow, I will let city manager address the issue, but I know it's related to the Ventura County Health Director and Standards Initiative. I'm sorry, the word escapes me at this moment. And Mr. Duros, thank you for bringing it up. I will bring it up again as well. I keep asking when the RV ordinance is coming. I know it's coming back soon, right? November?
It's actually going to be the next meeting.
The next meeting. Be here, Mr. Duros. Thank you.
Councilmember Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I just wanted to say that I've been working for the last couple of weeks, talking to some people at the county and talking to other people in other cities, and I called our city attorney and our city manager. So on item 7A, I was going to bring up the fact that we should open our meetings to the public from now on, and that there is no reason why we shouldn't, because there is no penalty from the county for us not having open meetings. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, Elaine Litzner.
Actually, I wasn't going to say anything, but since you gave me the floor, thank you. Actually, I appreciate you saying that, Mike. I was thinking it would need to be a 9B motion, but it certainly should be part of 7. I concur that we need to discuss, particularly after we've lost callers who've dropped off, and we want people to participate. I agree.
Okay, Keith Mashburn. Mr. Burrow, yes, I think you'll get good news in the near future. And by the way, the mayor has absolutely nothing with determining if the school district can use this facility or not. And that's it.
Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 6, the consent calendar. And there is one resolution for your consideration this evening. The reading of the resolution is as follows. Consent item 6, resolution number 2021-43. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley accepting the final map subdivision improvement agreement and approving securities for the construction of public improvements for track number 5982 located at 5602 Los Angeles Avenue.
Okay. Who wants to pull something?
Mayor, I have a couple questions on item 5.
Number 5. Okay. Let's go ahead and start with 5. Questions?
I'm trying to see who the staff person is. Is it Mr. Tony? Yes. How are you, Mr. Tony? You still awake? All right, just checking. Okay, sorry, teacher hat on. So I see that we're requesting an additional $67,000, so I just have a couple questions. I see that the funding is shared across the departments, like across Public Works, and is that typical? Do we usually do that? Is that standard?
Yes. Yeah, that's how it's been split since the beginning of the contract. It's spread across our funds, I think based on a weighted average.
It's based upon the share of the portfolio of the investment. So if
Because all the different departments benefit
Correct.
that percentage-wise? Okay, so I just want to make sure.
different funds, not departments. The funds.
Okay, different funds. Okay, I just want to make sure because I'm on school site council. I know there's certain pots of money, and I want to make sure we're not violating anything by doing that. Okay, and then did we recover our money in the investments? Like if we're paying them, $67,000, did we cover that cost, or is that an expenditure, or is that is that a worthy expenditure, shall we say?
Yeah, Councilmember Luevanos, I would say it's a worthy expenditure. We have, I don't know if I could say we've accrued $67,000 directly, but they've it's more than been worth the management effort. We've previously had a treasury officer. We've previously had other positions that were doing this management, and this is much less of a cost to the city to manage all of our investments.
Okay, and is there a reason we haven't, that we are continuing with this? Because I see this is a contract from 2017. So is there a reason that we're continuing with this company? Is it because it's the cheapest? Do we need to do a competitive bid, or, after this, will we ask for more bids?
Yeah, we've committed to doing an RFP after this contract is expired. So this will get to the end of a 5-year term, which is good procurement practice to not have a contract go beyond that, re-explore who our vendors are, and see what else is out there. But we have had a great relationship with this vendor.
Okay, thank you very much. Those were all my questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. We're ready for a motion.
I move to approve consent items 1 through 6.
Second?
Okay. Motion and second. We will call for the vote.
Motion passes unanimously. Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 7A, consideration of a resolution confirming and renewing the proclamation of the existence of a local emergency and consideration of a resolution implementing the provisions of AB 361. And City Manager Gabler is here for this presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. We bring to you a different resolution and an additional resolution regarding the COVID emergency. We are coming back to you with our 60-day review. However, in the resolution that would extend the local emergency, we are eliminating the 3 DES orders that were put into place early on in the pandemic. If you recall, the first DES order was concerning residential and commercial eviction prevention due to non-payment of rent. The state has since taken over the residential side with legislation, and our authority to have a commercial moratorium was only in place due to the governor allowing cities to have that authority. He has revoked that authority in one of his recent executive orders, so we no longer have the ability to implement a commercial moratorium. On DES order number 2, it was regarding the ability for restaurants to have outdoor dining, to expand into open areas, parking lots, and like. The City Council back in September adopted an ordinance that now provides for that on a permanent basis. So that would take care of that particular portion. And then DES Order 3 allowed for the outdoor conduct of business of non-restaurant businesses. That does not seem to be a problem any longer, as businesses are allowed to operate indoors as normal in pre-COVID conditions. So the resolution that is before you provides for continuing the emergency, but it does eliminate the DES orders. The second resolution is specific to recent law that was passed and signed by the governor, AB 361, regarding remote meetings and the ability for city council members to participate in remote meetings. AB 361, as you would have noticed in the last 2 council meetings, allows for real-time public comment. It does not allow for registration for persons that want to participate in the council meeting through public comments. So that's why you have the raised hand function that people are learning how to use on Zoom. And several other issues that allow for the council to meet remotely, as well as council members to participate remotely. With this legislation also requires us to update, to come back on updating this particular resolution on a every 30-day basis. We would recommend that you adopt this resolution based upon comments that I've heard this evening. If the council would like to meet in person again, that would be fine. More than happy to have the council chamber open the next meeting on November 8th. But we would still recommend adoption of this resolution should a council member be unavailable to attend a meeting due to an emergency, due to COVID, due to what have you. With the adoption of this resolution, they would be able to participate in the meeting remotely, either by phone or by Zoom. Absent this resolution, there is a very long Brown Acted process that would require a council member to allow for public comments where they happen to be, wherever that may be. If they are at home or what have you, the agenda would have to be posted outside that location where they happen to be located. There are several other requirements that the Brown Act would require. So all that being said, we would recommend that the 2 resolutions that are before you this evening be adopted. And if the council would like to open up the council chamber to public in attendance, we'd be more than happy to accommodate that at the next meeting.
Okay, excuse me. Before we have a discussion, we're going to have the resolutions.
Oh, reading of the resolutions.
Right.
Thank you.
Reading of the resolutions is as follows. Resolution number 2021-44. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley confirming and renewing the proclamation of the existence of a local emergency. And resolution number 2021-45. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley confirming the existence of a local emergency and authorizing remote teleconference meetings for the legislative bodies of the City of Simi Valley for the period through November 24th, 2021 pursuant to the Brown Act provisions.
All right, before we get started, I see, unless somebody has a reason to protest, there's no reason to discuss going to open meetings. Anybody protest?
Mayor, may I make a comment?
I'm sorry?
May I make a comment?
Yes,
Um,
then you will.
I just want to make sure that we are safe. We have lost over 1,100 people in Ventura County to COVID. And if we are going to open up chambers, which I would love to do, I would love to invite the public back. I want to make sure that we are enforcing the mask mandate, that people are wearing their mask indoors. And that if people don't want to comply with that, then they can't come to council chambers. I think that's only fair. I just had a student lose her father to COVID last week. This is still impacting our community. I just want to make sure we're safe. So I have no problem with allowing residents back in. I welcome them, but I do want to make sure that we are socially distancing. I want to make sure everyone is wearing a mask.
I'm sure no one has any intention of being unsafe.
I know the chief of police is looking forward to making sure everyone is wearing masks that are in here, although there is, the state does not have a social distancing requirement. But we will enforce the mask order. As soon as you cross the threshold coming into the building, you would have to be wearing a mask.
Okay, Elaine Litzer.
So just some follow-up questions. So in order to make that happen, we don't need to modify the resolution in any way?
Correct.
Okay. Help me understand the benefits of maintaining the current local state of emergency. We no longer have the DES orders, and we've already received the CARES money, et cetera. Is there any other funding that is likely? I mean, help me understand why locally. I'm certainly recognize that COVID is still here. I recognize that, but I want to understand what's the benefit of right now of having a local state of emergency.
I think the benefit is we don't know what we don't know. We've seen COVID come and go over the last year and a half plus, and we want to be able to be in a position to react. It is still an emergency at the state level, as well as in the county. It would be odd for the city of Simi Valley not to see it in the same fashion. It does suspend some, as you're aware, some rules that allow us to react quickly in terms of purchasing and things of that nature. There is still the ARPA funds that are still being allocated out to cities that we will be bringing forward to the city council for you to take a look at, but that is still related to local emergencies. And we are, and the final rule on that has yet to be published by the federal government, which is causing the delay. There is also the belief that the infrastructure money that may be coming down could be tied to local emergency and COVID relief as well from the federal government. So I don't think we're in the position yet to not adopt the local emergency, and I would strongly recommend continuing with the local emergency and the resolution.
Fair enough. I just wanted to hear, because from you exactly how we directly benefit. Because in my mind too, we are also covered by virtue, once the state declares a state of emergency, everyone in essence is under that rubric, regardless of whether they're locally declared. Is that accurate?
I would say generally yes.
Okay.
But having ourselves covered is a better blanket.
I'm hearing you. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree that we ought to maintain it as long as we're having deaths and the potential for another surge. Why not be ready? Let's stay in front of it. And I think if we tend to wind down and start removing things, we may get into a act of winding down too quickly. And so I support that resolution.
Ma-
Ruth?
Thank you, Mayor. I just have one more request, that if we do go to in-person meetings, that we maintain the online comment component. I'm a working mom, and I know for working parents, and just for working people, we just had public comments, 20 minutes ago? So that would mean that someone would had to have been here from 6:30 till, 4 hours, and not be able to cook dinner and be with their kids, and, to stay here for 4 hours to give public comment. Can we do a hybrid so that people who are at home can still give public comments on Zoom? Is that possible in any way, or via phone?
That would be up to the council.
I would assume that's what we would want to do, but
I'm sorry?
I had assumed that that is what we would be doing, but I shouldn't assume. Do you have thoughts on that, Mike?
Well, the last time, I think what we did is we did it for 1 or 2 meetings, just to,
I would just like to accommodate our working our working residents who can't spend 4 hours
if that's
here.
the case, then we
Yeah.
need to change it, make a policy change and do it all the time from now until.
Do I need to do that now, or can I do that at 9B?
I think it ought to be agendized, probably. Am I correct, Mr.? Yes, 9B. So 9B.
Okay, I'll bring it up at 9B.
Understand, getting back to normal is getting back to normal. It's not changing things, it's start something new. The thing is to have a public meeting, have the public hear, my opinion.
Not everyone has that luxury.
Yeah, okay, well, we're going to agendize it, so that'll be fine.
Would you like me to make a motion, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Okay. I move to adopt resolution number 2021-44, confirming and renewing the existence of a local emergency, and resolution number 2021-45, implementing the provisions of AB 361.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Call for the vote.
Motion passes unanimously. Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, there are no items this evening under item 8, new business. Member reports.
Okay, Councilmember Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is going to be really short. I met with the acting CEO of VCTC on October 12th, Tuesday, and that is the end of my report.
Very good. Councilmember Litster.
I may not be quite as brief, but I'll try to be. October 13th, Wednesday, attended the Simi Valley Veterans Foundation meeting. One of the topics of discussion was growing that foundation to a correct size, right size board. And I would like to again encourage anyone who's interested in that cause to contact either myself or maybe Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem Kavanaugh, who's also on that committee. And there's interest in, we want to be sure that our veterans are served. I also attended the Task Force on Business Recovery. And just a reminder that came from that meeting, that on November 9th, there is a job fair from 3 to 7, trying to help those employers looking for employees, and also, of course, employees in need of work. And that's being held up at the mall at the old Macy's building. On Thursday, October the 14th, I was not able to attend. I was out of town, but I do want to congratulate Emma and Carlos, owners of the El Capitan restaurant, who were recognized by Assemblywoman Valderas for their outstanding commitments to our community and to California. Following week, on Monday, October 18th, I was a speaker for the Royal High School Speaker Bureau that they are having online. We were given a choice of topics, and I chose to talk about opportunity and volunteering. And some of the statistics I gave from the city, I just wanted to iterate here because I think it's so impressive. If you go to our website, simivalley.org, and type in the word volunteering, there's a wonderful discussion of our community and our city, that our city has 700 volunteers that provide over 70,000 hours of volunteer work, and that's everything from Meals to Wheels to filing library books. There's many, many wonderful volunteers, and would like to encourage anyone in the community that would like to volunteer to please join us. And actually, if you if you go to semivalley.org and type in volunteering, there's a list of all the many places of people looking for volunteer assistance, and some nonprofits also within the city too. On Tuesday, October 19th, I attended the Youth Council meeting with Councilmember Luevanos. They had an outstanding presentation by a representative of D.D. Hirsch, who talked about the proper way to approach and have conversations about suicide and ways to things we should be doing to speak with those who are in the throes of suicidal ideation. So it was very instructive. On Thursday, October 21st, appreciated my meeting with our city manager, Brian Gabler, and also attended the ribbon cutting Two Trees Physical Therapy grand opening, which council member Mike Judge was also at, and it was congratulations, grateful. It's great to have them in our community. And a couple other things. Friday, October 22nd, I had opportunity to play the harp for a fundraiser for the CPC, the Community Pregnancy Clinic, and I want to thank them for their efforts that they do to assist pregnant women in our community, and of course fathers as well. And then finally, just tomorrow is a blood drive at the Church of Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints in Sinaloa building from 3 to 7, and there's a tremendous need for blood. Anyone wants to stop in can come join me there, and we'll all do our part. And that concludes my remarks. Thanks.
Okay, Councilmember Luevanos.
Thank you, Mayor. On Wednesday, October 13th, you and I did the neighborhood council interviews for neighborhood councils 2 and 4. It was a marathon session. We went from 3:30 to 8:30, 9, right? And Emily Habib hung in there with us, so but we got it done, and it was fun. On Thursday, October 14th, I attended the Coalition for Humane Immigration Rights Gala, which was an organization that helps immigrants and refugees. They've helped hundreds and hundreds of Simi Valley residents, many students and families to get the paperwork so that they can, stay in this country and make sure that they stay safe. On Tuesday, October 19th, I attended the Youth Council meeting along with Councilmember Lidster. I won't talk about the same issues that Councilwoman Lidster mentioned, but they talked about the town hall and that they're going to focus on mental health issues. So those of you that are interested in auditioning for the town hall up at the Ronald Reagan Library, keep an eye out and follow them on Instagram. They're always promoting their social media content. On Wednesday, October 20th, I was also a guest speaker for Mr. Denner's government class at Royal High School, where I talked about environment and equity, including looking at and fielded a lot of questions about the new results from the samples that were taken during the Woolsey fire about the Santa Susana Field Lab, and holding polluters accountable. A lot of discussions about climate change and the environment and wildfires, and a lot of questions that this generation is asking, what it is that we're going to do as leaders about that. On Thursday, October 21st, I attended the Ventura County Organization of Governments, the VCOG annual dinner at Santa Paula's historic train depot. It was beautiful. It was outside in the sunset, and they had Aztec dancers. It was really cool. If you haven't gone to go visit Santa Paula, what a little gem we have in Santa Paula here in Ventura County, from Robolize, where you can get homemade, handmade beignets, to the historic train depot. And if you're a Girl Scout or Boy Scout leader, they have patches there. They have patches, and it's free through the end of the year. So if you want to go to the Ventura County Agricultural Museum with your kids, with your family, it is free admission through the end of the year. So I highly recommend that you go. It's really fun. And we talked about what we accomplished this year as VCOG, which is everything from setting up the ADU templates for municipalities, to addressing COVID recovery for our businesses, for commercial tenants, and for our residents, and just a number of issues that we addressed, including racial inequality. We had the Ventura County Civic Alliance come and speak to us. So, and then the economic issues in terms of housing and how that impacts our economic growth or lack thereof. So we really did a lot in VCOG this year. On Saturday, October 23rd, along with the mayor and Councilmember Kavanaugh, I attended the RSRPD 60th anniversary celebration. It was really fun at the park. It didn't rain on us. It looked like it was going to, but it didn't. It was just cloudy. And had some wonderful coffee from one of our local vendors, McKenna Coffee. I highly recommend them. And then on Sunday, October 24th, I attended the Day of the Dead celebration at Strathern Historical Park. It's just always a fun event. And my husband and daughter, tagged along because they love going to that event. And we got to see some of our amazing local ballet folklorico groups. So a shout out to Ballet Folklorico Viva Mexico, Ballet Folklorico Cielito Lindo, Ballet Folklorico Fiesta Mexicana. We also had Freddie Shiftan, Claudia Orona, and Mariachi Camarillo. And that's the most crowd I've ever seen at the Day of the Dead event. There were literally hundreds of people from 11 a.m. till 5 p.m., and it was an amazing event and a wonderful celebration of culture, celebration, and music, and tradition that I hold true to. And I think many of us are really celebrating that this year more than anything. It's a safe place and space for us to deal with the trauma of having lost so many loved ones in the past year to COVID. So that's my report. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On October 13th, I also attended the Simi Valley Veterans Foundation meeting with Councilmember Lister. We've formally organized. We're a nonprofit corporation and are looking for people to help join our board to kind of spread it out a little bit more. And like Councilmember Lister said, we really would like some veterans to join our group. So you can contact either her or myself for any information on that. On Sunday, October 17th, I attended the celebration of life for Debbie Thomas, who passed away last year. She was the founder of our Seroptimus Club here in town and has done a lot and volunteered for our community for many, 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 many years. It was a beautiful celebration of life. But it was very nice. On October 21st, we had our EDC, Economic Development Collaborative General Board meeting. We go over a lot of stuff. Bruce talks a lot. But there were two key things at this meeting I found very interesting is we're going to be signing a $5 million contract to do digital upskilling program for the county. So that will be to assist you in learning and improving your skills that you need to move up in a job or to get a job. So we're still working it out. They have to put an actual program in place, but that will be very beneficial to some of our employers throughout the county. So I'm looking forward to what happens with that. That just goes to show you how well respected our EDC is for us to be able to get this type of a contract. So, and the second thing I heard is Ventura County Lodging Association gave some numbers. I didn't get them all. But he says we're doing extremely well here in Ventura County. Our numbers are higher than others. And they're receiving a lot of calls from foreign areas interested in tourism travel here. So they're really expecting things to really improve. Very excited about that. And then on the 23rd, I also attended the Rancho Simi Rec and Park 60th anniversary celebration. It was nice for me because I was on the board for the 50th. So it was nice to join them on the 60th. They welcomed all of us, gave us some cake, and we had a good time and congratulated everybody. So that's the end of my report, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'm going to abbreviate mine in the interest of time. First, I too attended the memorial service for Debbie Thomas. Great service, beautiful location. It seemed to speak exactly what Debbie would want, and my understanding is she put the whole thing together anyway, so it is
She
what
did.
she wanted. The other thing is on Tuesday, October 19th, I met with Ranjini Ramamacher, and she is the lady that is the head of Psi Arts which is an organization that tries bringing the science together with the arts and puts on these incredible music programs and brings multicultures together. Interesting thing about the multiculturalism that she does is, for instance, hypothetically, if you had a Japanese musician, that musician would play Indian music. Or you might have an Indian musician playing Hispanic music. And they mix it up. And she wanted a tour of the Cultural Arts Center and was very the Police Explorer Association is putting on under the leadership of Justin Hansinger. He's the president of that organization. And they're going to, multiple booths at the October 30th Street Fair put on by the Chamber will have places where you can deposit unwrapped toys. And on December 11th, that'll be the finale along with KABC. And that's when all the toys will be collected. And these toys are specific for the underprivileged, if you will, of Simi Valley. And the goal is not to send each child away with one nice toy, but to send them away with an armful of toys for a better Christmas. So please remember that when you go to the street fair, take a toy, and then December 11th at the town center. And that's my report. Okay, next item. Future agenda items.
Mayor, I have 2 requests.
Okay.
The first one is for hybrid city council meetings to be considered on a future agenda item so that working residents can attend and make public comments.
Okay.
I'll second so we can discuss it.
Okay. You have a second on that.
And the second item, Mayor, is I was really disturbed to hear that there are permit owners charging tenants to park on the property. And I wanted to know if we could look into that. I don't know if that's legal or not, or...
There's one particular development that's come to our attention, and we are addressing that through our legal and code enforcement.
Okay, so we don't need to put that on a future agenda item?
We're on it.
Okay.
Yep, we're all over it.
Yeah.
And that's, we'll make sure future conditions are very clear on that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And once again, we get to adjourn tonight without having to do it in memory of anybody. So with that, tonight's meeting is adjourned.